um, is, I mean, that's just facts of the matter.
Okay, Ms. Coombs. So what your agent has said is he will strike 2 and 3. He will agree with that, but he's not willing to strike number 4, which means you can either say no contest to I did not complete the CCC stabilization program, or you can maintain your denial and we will have an evidentiary hearing where
we'll set this for a paper review in 90 days and reconvene when the time is appropriate. And with that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry for making you wait around for so long.
You're good, no worries.
Armijo, before we continue with this, I need to make sure you understand a couple of things. You've entered some no contest pleas and an admission. The effect of the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, and then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P bears the burden of proof. They would have to call witnesses and produce exhibits to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You'd be able to defend yourself. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. And through that attorney, you would be able to call any or cross-examine any of AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Armijo?
Yes.
And do you understand that by entering these pleas today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, I will accept the pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denial to allegation 5, recommend dismissal based off of the stipulated motion. With all of that, we'll revoke your prior parole date. Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, we do. What we're asking for is another attempt at parole. He would like to do the inpatient program at Weber Recovery Center. That's already set up for him. So he's asking for 180 days with credit for about the 4 months he has served and then a release to Weber Recovery Center. He will also continue doing his treatment at Alpha, and he will continue trying to find a job. He really could use AP&P's help with resources and anything else to help him find employment, as it's really difficult because of his criminal history to get employment. So he's asking for some additional help. He does plan on getting married, to get married. That is a real source of stability for him. She is on disability, but can help him a little bit. His real focus during parole is going to be to find work and a place for them to live. So those are his goals.
Okay, thank you. Agent Adair, any recommendation?
Adult probation parole recommends that he complete sex offender treatment while incarcerated. If given the opportunity for parole, for Armijo to go to Nuke, the halfway house, for stabilization. He does find it difficult finding employment. I have set him up with the reentry fair in Ogden for some resources for working with workforce services. I know it's difficult for individuals with that type of criminal charge on them to find employment. He was enrolled with Alpha. He was finding it difficult for making payments. I believe he had to make a $110 payment to get back in with Alpha. The only other thing that I have concern with is if he gets back out, he's on continue the relationship with the female that was listed in my report. So AP&P will suggest that we have a special condition with no contact with that individual.
Okay. All right, Mr. Armijo, now's your opportunity to speak. Talk to me briefly about the traffic stop. What happened there?
So I was working for an automotive garage near the halfway house, and I was working on the brakes on a car, and I took the car out to test it without a license, and I was brake checked by a lady in front of me, and I ended up rear-ending her.
Okay.
And they charged me with driving without a license, failure to keep a proper lookout, and forget what the other one was.
All right, let's talk about this relationship with Brianna. Tell me how this came about. How did you meet Brianna?
I met her at the Stepping Stones in Weber Human Services. It's a mental health stability drug offender court system.
Okay. And you knew you knew she had a minor child, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't dissuade you from continuing a relationship with her.
No.
You realize that that's part of it's not a question of just not even being in contact, but you're not supposed to date anybody who has children under the age of 18. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so where's
What Mr. Adair is failing to report to you is that Brianna has no custody over her children.
But she has visitation rights.
Yes, but she's homeless, so she has nowhere to take her daughter. She has to go physically to visit her daughter on her own.
Sorry, what's Brianna's last name?
Marsh.
Marsh, thank you. I just don't want to refer to her so familiarly when I don't know her. The issue we run into is this, Mr. Armijo. It's easy to sit there and say, well, yeah, but there's this and that and the other. But if without the blanket statement, the blanket condition that you cannot date somebody who has children under the age of 18, then if these things start to fall, she finds a home, she starts to have more visitation, and then she gets custody, and now you're in a relationship with her, and APNP has to come in after the fact and say, oh, all of these things that have kept you from being in contact with this child are now gone. We now have to remove you from the situation. That's going to be problematic. So if we just start from the get-go, hey, no contact, no dating people who have children under the age of 18, we don't run into that issue. Do you understand that perspective?
Yes, but I'm also planning on marrying her, so what is the plan around that?
Well, unfortunately, that's not APNP's. They're not the ones that need to figure that out. You're the one that's on parole. You're the one that's under conditions.
Yes, I understand that. That's why I'm saying,
So-
how does that affect my parole if I marry her instead of dating her?
I'm not going to speak for APNP, but I would imagine that constitutes a violation of your parole, and so you could very easily find yourself back there in prison.
Well, I planned on marrying her while I was here, so.
Agent Adair, you want to speak to that?
If they get involved in a marriage, once again, Angelo, you'll find yourself in violation, because even with our rules for Group A conditions, even if I have an offender who marries or is already married to a woman with children and she gets put on with probation or parole, that male is removed from the house and has no contact with the child, no contact with the female, until they get situated with treatment, they get sponsors. There's a list of things that need to happen. So you getting married, and then that would just constitute you violating if you're in contact with her and the child.
So it's essentially the same thing if I got out or not. That was what I was asking.
Yeah. So, with that, obviously the biggest concern everybody has is that there's a child involved and we don't want the child to become a victim. I would imagine that APNP, if the board orders a no contact order, would likely be a no contact order without permission from APNP and your therapist. So it's not like there's no way to move forward. You just have to engage in certain behaviors, but you can't have contact with her unless and until both APNP and your therapist sign off on you having a relationship with her. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, my therapist said she was going to talk to APNP about the relationship that she approved.
Okay. All right. So sounds like you're halfway there, but again, you got to have both of those. So you can't get out and engage in a relationship unless and until you have something in writing from both APNP and your therapist that allows you to be in that relationship. Otherwise, you're going to come right back here again.
Okay.
All right. So it sounds like your attorney mentioned your plans. You indicate going to an inpatient program at Weber Recovery. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then we talked about Alpha, talked about work. Do you have any mental health concerns, any treatments, diagnoses? Are you on any mental health medications?
I am on Seroquel right now.
And what is that treating you for?
Mental health for psychosis. Uh, it's, schizophrenia.
Okay. And does that Seroquel help with this? Like, do you hear voices? Do you see things? Like, how does your schizophrenia manifest
It's
itself?
both audio and visual.
And how does the Seroquel, does it help you?
It's helped more than some of the other medications they've tried.
Okay.
So the last time I came before the board for the same thing with Brianna, they told me they were going to put me in the MIO program, and they still sent me to Ogden at Nuke anyways, even though the MIO program was at Bonneville. So I had to go and find my own treatment during the process of being inside of Alpha. So I joined the Stepping Stones program.
Okay. Well, the struggle we have is there are only so many spots available in the what's now called the MHSS program. And not everybody qualifies. Just because the board feels like you could, obviously we rely on trained professionals to diagnose you as to whether you qualify for that or not. But I'll mention that possibility existed in the past to the board. They may look at it again, but again, if you don't qualify because you're too stable, then you'll get more help not being in that program than being in that program. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I found it was the opposite. Every time I've gone to Nuke, it was a setup to be sent back. There was drugs, there was people doing what they weren't supposed to do, trying to entice other people to do things that they weren't supposed to do, and it was essentially like being here, only out there you have more freedom.
Okay. All right. I'll make a note of that. And maybe the solution is Weber recovery as opposed to Nuke.
That was why I decided I was going to try and get into the Weaver recovery instead of go to Nuke.
Okay. All right. Are there any physical health issues that would pose a problem with you on parole?
I have bad sciatic nerve. I've got arthritis in my right arm, carpal tunnel in my left wrist. I'm missing a chunk of my right leg, so I do find it hard to find labor jobs and stuff where I have to stand for really long periods of time. And most of the time, those are the jobs that are open to me, or it's a transportation problem. Like the last job I tried to get, they wanted me to get from the south side of Ogden up to the the top of the north side of Ogden at like 5 a.m, and I had no transportation.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
And it was mainly because the buses didn't work that early in the morning.
Right. Okay. Were you involved in any drugs on this parole?
I was on marijuana, and I had my marijuana card, but it had expired. I informed Officer Adair of this, and even knowing that, I used it to self-medicate.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. So I'm going to take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they've reached their decision, they'll post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can find out either by talking to people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website, or just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joseph Lee. Mr. Lee, your offender number is 142636, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Adam from AP&P. Mr. Lee and Agent Adam, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lee, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
Very good. All right, looks like we were last here in June of 2023. Mr. Lee entered denials as he was facing state charges. Looks like those charges were dismissed as there was a federal case filed. Looks like that case has since been resolved. Mr. Lee has pled guilty and the court sentenced him to 77 months in the federal system. Then there was another case that the board learned of, but it looks like that was resolved. The court found there was no probable cause. So there are no pending charges anymore. And with that, Ms. Conyers, how it looks like there are 10 allegations total. How are we handling these allegations today?
Yes, thank you. I'll go one at a time. We'll admit 1. 2, I believe, attaches to his federal case, which he pled guilty to, so we'll also admit that. 3, I believe, was stricken for a plea in number 2, so we're asking to deny and strike 3. Admit 4, admit 5, admit 6, no contest on 7, admit 8 through 10.
All right, so I have admit to 1 and 2, deny 3 and move to strike, admit 4, 5, and 6, no contest to 7, and then admit 8, 9, and 10. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Agent Adam, any response to the motion to dismiss allegation 3?
We're fine with that. We'll dismiss allegation 3. It was a Class B misdemeanor. It's kind of irrelevant in this situation.
Certainly. Okay. All right, Mr. Lee, before I accept your pleas today, I need to make sure you understand a couple of things. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yep.
And then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You would be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you would be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses, as well as to call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent at that hearing with respect to allegations of criminal conduct, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering these pleas today, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
I do, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions and no contest pleas as knowingly voluntarily entered. Take judicial notice of the conviction in the federal case and dismiss allegation 3 based on the stipulated motion. With all of that, we'll revoke your prior parole date. All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation?
Yes, it is simply to terminate to the feds where he has a 77-month sentence.
Okay, thank you. All right, Agent Adam, any recommendation?
We anticipated that, so we are in agreement. We're good with the discharge, and he can go serve the rest of his time at the feds.
All right, Mr. Lee, now's your opportunity to speak. Let's talk about what happened on this parole. Looks like we were struggling with some compliance issues overall. Can you talk to me about that?
Well, so it was what's not mentioned there. So it says something about fortitude. Fortitude was never part of my agreement. I was supposed to get out and go to Odyssey House. I went there and found out they were a gabapentin-free facility, and I take gabapentin for my back. So I called the parole officer and told him about the discrepancy, and he told me if I could find a sober living that day that would take me and I could pay for it, that he was okay with it. And I ended up in Pivot Point, paid it, went there, and was doing good for 4 months. Clean UAs and everything. And then I was working, had a job at SME Steel Welding, And, so 4 months I did good, nothing but clean UAs and, doing great. And then I got a dirty for Suboxone. I started having back problems and I was getting ready to go get this on a script, but I ended up taking some without having my prescription yet. And I pissed dirty for it in the, sober living and they kicked me out. And, I found a place to live that day with one of the dudes I was working with and talked to a parole officer and got that approved. And that was, but the only problem with that was I was staying on a couch, which I talked to my parole officer there and told him, if he didn't mind on the weekends, I was gonna go, I'd be up at my mom's house just to visit. And he said he had no problem with that as long as I was there when he came to check in. And then after that, that's when it was about a month of living on a couch. Like I said, I was sleeping on a couch. I finally transferred my parole to Pleasant View. And that's when the discrepancy comes of whether I was, because the whole time the PO in Salt Lake knew that I was going to Pleasant View on the weekends.
Okay. Talk to me about the drugs.
Meth has been I have ADD real bad, but meth has been a constant thing in my life since like age 13. And it becomes an issue because I buy in large amounts because it's cheaper for my use that way. I pay $70 an ounce rather than a couple $100 an ounce. So I buy in larger quantities, which is a stupid thing, but been a habit I've had all my life.
So, sorry, I don't mean to make light of the situation. So the idea is that you were economizing by buying in bulk.
Pretty much.
Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, that's what I do. Yes.
Okay. So you weren't in the drug trade?
No, I buy in larger amounts, and then the people where I get the dealing comes from is it's all like never once have I went out and solicited drugs. It's people that I know end up buying from me because it's cheaper they pay more going through somebody else than they're my friends. I'm not here to lie about it or make up stories about it. That's just what it is. My friends they pay me $150 for an ounce, and I'll give it to them. But half the time I would rather not even get rid of it because then I have to go get more.
Gotcha. Okay. Boy, I show a whole lot of struggles in prison.
What's that?
Sorry, a whole lot of write-ups in prison. There's a lot.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
They're all minor things, but yeah, there are write-ups still.
Well, there's a couple of substance abuse, some tampering with locks, holding doors open. Like, they may seem minor to you, but in order to
it's still
well-run
not
facility.
obeying the rules. I understand.
So is this just an overall not willing to abide by just trying to get by, do your own thing, not abide by the rules? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I usually try to follow the rules for the most part. The only thing is, I do use Suboxone for pain, and that's been a common thing in here. I got a really bad back, so.
Okay. But it's not, there's tattooing, there's disorderly conduct, there's forgery, fraud, refusing or resisting arrest, refusing to move. There's a whole lot of stuff. So is this for lack of a better term, is this just being knucklehead or?
No, not at all. If you ask almost all the officers, I'm real respectful, and
okay.
I'm trying to think of when those write-ups are from. All my recent ones have been over drugs, over like syringes or something like that.
Some of them are, you've been down for a while, so some of them are for back in July of 2023, November of 2023. There's 2 of them, January of last year, March of last year, February of last year, and then we did have the substance use October, and then again just this month, another drug use. So again, like, that's a lot. Over a year span, a year and a half span, that's a lot of write-ups.
I agree.
Are we just, so explain to me what's going on? Especially if you feel like you're respectful and you're trying to obey the rules. That's a lot of rules to break when you're trying your best to obey.
Yeah, you're right. It is. When really, I mean, I keep to myself. I'm in my house most of the time. Since I have a bad back, I don't move around too well anymore. So I'm in my cell a lot of the time. So
Okay. Are you taking any mental health meds for your ADD?
no, all I take is gabapentin and I take Rimron and then some for migraines. I get migraines also.
And then your back pain meds, right?
Yeah, which is gabapentin.
All right. Well, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll take my report to the board. We'll deliberate, make a decision. It's possible the board puts you on parole and you'd be on parole while you're in the federal system. I mean, so it's possible they transfer you to the federal system, but keep you under jurisdiction of the board. That is a possible outcome. So just pay attention to what that letter says, so you can best understand what is required of you when you do eventually get released, whether you're still under jurisdiction of the board or not. Okay.
All right. So is it gonna? Are they taking the recommendation of termination or no?
That's the decision for the board to make. So I'll get my information. I'll get my report to the board. They'll make that decision. They'll send you a letter in the mail. So you just have to wait for that letter to arrive.
All right. Thank you. I
All
appreciate
right. Good luck to you, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Micah. That's the only matter I had today. So thank you, and I'll see you next time.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Is there an agent on for the Mosher hearing? Mosher? Anybody covering for Agent Grange, Dory Grange? This is the time and place set for a pro violation hearing for Mark Mosher. And Mr. Mosher, your offender number is 239024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers. And it doesn't look like we have an agent from APP for this hearing, but we can proceed without them. Mr. Mosher, I need to put you under oath for this hearing. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Mosher, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I've mentioned that we don't have an APP agent here, but then I realized we do have allegations of criminal conduct. I couldn't find anything on exchange. But Ms. Conyers, how do you want to proceed with allegations 1 through 4?
Well, I was hoping APP would be here so that I could get more information. We are prepared to move forward with admissions on 1 and 2, but wanted more information on 3 and 4. So I guess I don't really know how to proceed right now with that. We're entering denials on them.
Okay.
If I
Well,
knew they
I
were
don't
going
know.
to be amended to technicals, I would speak with Mr. Mosher for a second, probably not in a breakout room, and see if he wanted to admit to those, since there is a statement about an admission. Yeah.
Is there any agent on who has contact with Agent Grange? Because that really is a sticking point, and the last thing I want to do is needlessly schedule this for an evidentiary hearing.
Right.
This is Agent Adams. I'm gonna try and give her a call right now.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. I appreciate it. Well, let's do this. So let's just focus on allegations 1 and 2. Mr. Mosher, you're admitting to allegations 1 and 2. Before I accept your admissions, I need to make sure you understand that by admitting to these allegations, you're waiving your right to an evidentiary hearing. Now, an evidentiary hearing would look like a trial where APNP would be required to put on evidence to show that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they have alleged. At that hearing, you'd be given an attorney at no cost to you, and through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as the calling of your own witnesses and/or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. So as to allegations 1 and 2 only, Mr. Mosher, do you understand that by entering the admissions, you are waiving your right to that hearing for those 2 allegations?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. I'll accept those admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. Based off of that, we can revoke your prior parole date. We're kind of stuck with allegations 3 and 4, but what I would, let's go ahead and just continue on with the hearing. And then maybe we can get some response from APNP regarding whether those can be amended to technicals. But Ms. Carnage, if you're okay with that, I'll ask you what your recommendation would be.
Yes, thank you. What we're asking for at this time is 90 days and credit for the 90 days he served in an immediate release. He would like to return to the Fortitude program as he needs that structure and would benefit from that structure. He was, for work, he was working on his flagging license and will continue to get that. So that'll provide him some good opportunities for employment. And then after he finishes at Fortitude, he wants to continue doing treatment and then focus on finding his own place. He has been making really good use of his time while he's in custody. He's in the SOLID program. His CBT is done. He's doing classes on the tablet. He doesn't have any write-ups. So he is making use of that time and has been learning skills that will help him be successful on parole.
All right. Mr. Carter, I'm gonna just jump in. I'm gonna ask some questions. My fear is that Mr. Mosher will incriminate himself. So I don't know the best way to proceed. So if you wanna, I don't know how we want to proceed. So I certainly don't want him to forego any rights. But we do need to talk about what happened on this parole, and that comes down to the idea that he was found with drugs in his possession, or allegedly.
Yes. Can I maybe be put in a breakout room and maybe maybe I could get somebody else to go in the breakout room to confirm that the transfer is successful? I'm a little nervous about going into a breakout room.
Can we get it looks like the consultation room is open. I don't know. Are the officers there? Did they hear that? We need a breakout session.
Yeah, he said he's gonna try right now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Sir, if you don't make it into the breakout room where you can see me with just a meeting with me and
We'll proceed as we have in the past. I'll take my report to the board. They'll deliberate, make a final decision. Once they reach the decision, they do post it online almost immediately. So that happens pretty darn quick. They send you a letter in the mail, but that takes some time to get to you. So it's faster if you're in contact with people on the outside who can look it up on the board's website just based off of your offender number. And you can find out as you talk to them over the phone. Otherwise, just wait for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Your last one's a continuance.
Yes. I know what happened. I cursed us because I was looking at the hearings and I was like, oh, this will be an easy day. 3 or 4 continuances. Mr. What's his, I can't remember. There was the federal indictment or the federal conviction. I was like, all right, it's going to be a pretty easy morning. Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted.
Well, good. I didn't want to take any responsibility. I'll put the blame completely on you.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take
Just
it.
kidding.
And you know, is he planning on appearing?
I did tell him I would cover for him. I feel like people tell me that I'll cover for them and then show up all the time, but
Yeah.
I think we can move forward without him because he did give me permission.
Okay. Well, he's from Beaver County, so. Officer there in Salt Lake, do we know, is Beaver County signed on? Are they looking to sign on?
And when I spoke with Beaver County on Monday, the officer heard me and we had a discussion that he may not show up. So, never mind, there he is.
All right, we're ready for you, Beaver County. All right.
There you go.
Sir, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, and how do you pronounce your last name?
Tapoof.
Tapoof, okay, Tapoof. All right. All right, let's go ahead and go on the record, please. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for, is it Jerel Tapoof?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Mr. Tapoof, your offender number is 209247, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent McKernan from AP&P. Agent McKernan, Mr. Tapoof, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Tapoof, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
And did you get your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yeah.
All right, very good. I'll just note, looks like Mr. Tapoof is facing a felony charge for possession of a controlled substance in case ending in 0071. That is related to the one allegation we have against him. Ms. Conyers, how are we proceeding?
Yes, thank you. Because of that pending charge, we'll enter denials at this time. We'll make a motion to continue for 60 days if that's possible. Thank you.
Certainly. Agent McKernan, any issues with that?
No, no problem.
All right. All right, Mr. Tapoof, because there's that pending charge, I'm sure as your attorney explained to you, we cannot resolve the question of whether you violated your parole at today's hearing. So we're gonna have to wait until that criminal case is resolved. So with that, I'll accept I'll note the denials, take judicial notice of the pending charge in case ending in 0071. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. And then Mr. Tapoof, as soon as you get that resolved, or if you get that resolved quickly, please let us know at the board. The court will send us the paperwork, but it often expedites getting you back on the right calendar if you let us know through your attorneys, okay?
Okay.
All right, with that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you, sir, and good luck to you.
You too. You guys have a good day.
Bye, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Micah. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Mr. McKinney, can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll get your agent on and then we'll get started. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Tyson McKinney, offender number 135232. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jerel Tapoof. Excuse me. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing today. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Johnson. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll be taking some testimony from you and from Agent Johnson. If each of you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Mr. McKinney, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to review that information?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes. Sir.
Ms. Conyers, it looks like Mr. McKinney previously entered admissions to these allegations back in December, but at that time he had a pending criminal case that has now been resolved. Is that accurate, and how would you like to proceed?
Yes, I believe that is true, and so we'll maintain those admissions.
And your recommendation?
Yes, what he's asking for is an immediate release back to Odyssey House. The board should have a letter that says he's accepted back into that program. He has been enjoying church and going to church every week. And while he was doing that, the pastor gave him a lot of hope, and that was kind of a new thing for him because the pastor himself had a difficult history. So making him really relatable to Mr. McKinney, and Mr. McKinney is now wanting to kind of mirror the path from that pastor who is now on the straight and narrow, and go to church and make that a priority in his life. He's tried everything else, and now going back to church and having church friends and just kind of maintaining that church lifestyle is how he believes that he's going to be successful in life. So that is his desire. I do want to mention that he did tell me that he graduated from the Odyssey program and from IOP, and then unfortunately relapsed, which is what led to this case, and then did the PVP program. He says he was hoping to, was asking for help rather than prison. So it's unfortunate that he's landed back here, but now with the church and the priorities he has, he believes that he'll be successful and be able to do everything that APMP is asking him to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Johnson, your response recommendation.
So I do think that a new parole is probably appropriate. I do like the idea of him going back to a residential program. This conviction that he's got looks like he landed probation through private probation. So we won't be supervising that, but just take note of it. I think that 90 days GPS post residential graduation or completion would be appropriate. And as far as cooperation with us and stuff, I would like to note, Tyson, specifically, that if you come in and you talk to us, we will work through things. But when you abscond, I do not have an option. Okay?
Okay. And can I note that, Drew, like I really do I do appreciate everything that you did for me. Like you worked with me so many times, and I'm gonna make it a point that I do complete parole this time, just because I don't know, I owe it to myself, but to you mostly. You know what I mean? I feel like I failed you for sure. I just want to make it right for sure.
I appreciate that.
Anything else you'd like to add, Agent Johnson?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. McKinney. So you previously admitted to the allegations of absconding and not complying with your action plan. You do have this new conviction, which has a suspended prison sentence. So that's a little bit more motivation to do well, right?
Yes, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. So you'd been out though for 2 years when all this stuff happened. So what was going well?
So I don't know. I just got mixed up with the wrong people. You know what I mean? And I just know that like, so when I was out, I'm gonna just explain my story. So when I was at Odyssey House, like when I was at Odyssey House, I went to the Potter's House Church. I seen like one of my old friends, and I just know that if he can make it, I can make it. You know what I mean? And I need different friends. And I've done the whole no Facebook thing. I've done keeping my circle small. I've done just everything I could possibly do. And the only thing I can think of is just giving myself back to God. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to make this a religious thing, but I just think I remember when I would go to the church meetings, like the warmth I felt, you know what I mean? The goodness that I just felt like a totally different person when I was there, you know? So
We all find our motivation in different places. And so
right.
you know, wherever you find yours and it's going to work for you,
Yeah.
you know, go with it. But we also all know that if we go back to the same friends, same places, same hangouts, all that kind of stuff, we're going to end up doing the same things, right?
Yeah.
So it's that balancing act.
Yeah.
And I echo what Agent Johnson said. He'll work with you as much as he can on just about anything until you abscond. If you abscond, he doesn't have a choice.
And I don't know why I did that. I don't know. I was just dumb decisions, just dumb.
So your plan is still to go to Odyssey House?
Yes.
Okay.
I got the letter of acceptance, so I've already got a bed waiting. So
will they pick you up from the facility and take you straight there, or will you have to have somebody?
Yeah.
How does that transportation work?
So they come to the prison and pick me up,
Okay.
take me to the center. So
Okay. And you've completed that program before.
yeah.
So you're not going into it blind, you know what to expect.
Yeah.
Okay. How's your mental health? Still doing well?
Yeah.
Your physical health's good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to cover? I mean, a lot of this stuff you covered last time, and it doesn't seem like much has changed, that your plans are still the same. So
Yeah. I just want to thank you guys for seeing me, and if there's a chance, just to give me a chance to let me go back out to society and try to prove to myself and just members of society that I'm capable of doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Like even after parole, you know what I mean? Not just for parole, but just after.
yeah.
I'm so tired of coming back here and people calling me, "What's up, old school?" Stuff like that. I'm good.
Yeah, I can understand that. All right. Agent Johnson, anything like that?
I think we're good at this time.
Okay, Ms. Connors?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. McKinney, I'll affirm your prior admissions allegations 1, 2, and 3. I'll also take judicial notice in your new conviction case number 241912661. You know what to expect. The board members will review my report. It'll have Ms. Conyers' recommendation and Agent Johnson's recommendation. They'll make a decision. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a written order from them. Could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way through the mail. So if you have contact with anybody, friends or family on the outside, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week.
Okay.
Hopefully the decision will be posted sometime then, and then they can let you know so you're not waiting around, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
All right.
Morning, Drew.
Morning.
On record. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Brian Boyer, offender number 247872. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Johnson. Can you see each of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Boyer, I'll be taking some testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll note for the record that Agent Johnson's previously been sworn in this morning and remains under the same obligation. Mr. Boyer, did you receive at least 7 days notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review that information?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how'd you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. Number one, he pled guilty to, we can take judicial notice and he will admit that. He'll admit to number two. On number three, I also didn't see it. Agent, were we going to strike that? I didn't see that it was filed. Or are you amending it to a technical?
Let's strike it at this point because I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. And then number four, we're also asking to deny and strike. This is the one dealing with the case action plan, specifically with changes counseling. He does say that he completed the aftercare program with changes, and on that basis, didn't fail to complete his case action plan or parole agreements. We're asking to deny and strike that one as well.
I tried to get him to get a hold of him, and I could get a hold of him and ask him to send the thing. When I was doing them, it was at home via.
Hang on a second, Mr. Boyer.
Okay, sorry, sir.
No, you're good. Agent Johnson.
We can strike it. It's not important at this point.
Thank you.
So admissions to 1 and 2, denials to 3 and 4, and stipulated motions to strike those. Correct?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
recommendation, Ms. Connors?
Yes, we're asking for 120 days and with credit for the time he served in custody, which is nearly 3 months, and a release. He does have a job at Jiffy Lube or Flying J Truck Stop, which is where he's worked previously. And with that, he should be able to pay for his rent and for a new apartment. He also has money in a bank account. So he says that getting his own place, getting his own apartment shouldn't be a problem between what he already has financially and then a work. He also has a friend helping him find an apartment. So hopefully that'll be done before he's released. He does not believe that he needs additional treatment, but he is considering a sober living program or another program. He has a friend who is working at 7th Street who is now helping him with not only find an apartment, but some other things. If he does do a sober living program or some other program, he believes that would be beneficial, as that will make him accountable and where he can be in a clean and sober community. And even though he doesn't think he needs treatment, if APNP thinks he would benefit from that, he will do whatever that they want. He was specifically maybe looking at the Fortitude or the Renaissance Ranch programs.
Okay. Anything else, Dad?
No.
Agent Johnson.
So this is his second parole, so I do agree with the 120 days. And credit is fine. I think that at this point, Mr. Boyer has showed that after each parole, he's having a serious substance abuse issue. I think that a residential program is going to be more beneficial for him. Not the halfway house. He seems to do well in the PVP. And I think that he needs some more guideline and behavioral modification at this point. I also want to recommend 90 days GPS post residential completion. So my major concern is after each parole, the violations are escalating. It's assault, and now he has a stalking charge. I'm getting concerned about where this is going with his drug use. And that's all I've got.
All right. All right, thank you. Mr. Board, what would you like me to know? We've heard from everybody but you.
I have almost $2,000 on my account here, so I could, play for the clean and sober living if I go there. But if they need me to do a program, my friend, she's, I've known her for over 5 years. She, told me that if I need to go to treatment, she can get me right into Odyssey or 2 other places, the Renaissance Ranch. They're looking at that and, Pivot Point. I'm not sure if Pivot Point is just for like the clean and sober living, but she said, if you want me to, she can go ahead and as soon as she can, try to get the bed date arranged for me and stuff. She was gonna try to do it then, but we weren't sure what was gonna be said. So she waited till she doesn't, but she wrote you guys a letter and I know I have a substance abuse problem. I think that the accountability through the place would be good, but Drew, if he wants me to do a program, I have no problem going to one. There's a few of them that she could get me into right away and stuff. So I'd be able to release at the 120-day thing. I'd be very grateful.
So
Okay.
if you know you have a substance abuse problem and you take accountability for it, why on the other hand do you think you don't need treatment? Pair those things up for me.
Okay, I'm here. I keep clean. I keep clean all the time, and
So what led to the violation then?
I was in my apartment, and somebody ran into my apartment and stole my wallet, and I chased him down the hallway, and I don't know how I never gave anybody flowers or anything. That's what it said. I gave someone flowers, and I gave her a card. I never gave no one a card or nothing. I don't know. I really didn't. That's what led to that violation.
What about the 100 videos of you pacing in front of the door and punching the wall or punching the door and yelling?
I sent you those. How much that you can transfer?
Somebody, my next door neighbor asked me if I'd like to come over for dinner. Somebody else went into the room and I called it, you can look it up. I called the police officer and he went there and he said that she didn't want a problem or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I wasn't trying to stalk anybody. I swear they asked me not to go back over there and I never did. Never said nothing to her, but I live right there in that area, so I might have been walking by the camera on that. I mean, because she lived right next door to me, I guess.
Any drug or alcohol use while you were on parole?
No, sir.
Any gang involvement?
No, I'm not getting involved in nothing. I don't do that. Not affiliated, nothing.
Any mental health concerns? Any history of mental health concerns?
I went down to 4th Street treatment, and at one time I was put on a medication. It's making me sleep really bad, but I have no problem going down to 4th Street and getting put back on it if they want me to.
Okay. What was that medication for? Just to help you sleep?
Yeah, to help my anxiety and sleep.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Very good.
So it sounds like you have a couple of job opportunities. You've got a friend helping you find an apartment, and you've got the funds to pay for that, right?
Yes, sir. Right now I have 2,000 or 1,900 and something on my account here. And I have a bank account at Mountain America also. Through, it's like a trust fund. My attorney is Joseph Murray in Potosi, Missouri. If you'd like to look him up, it's a big law. Okay, and he has money saved there from my parents paid into like a life insurance, not mutual loan, but like that for over 60 years, never drawing away from it. And I'm fortunate to have that. I try not to spend it very much, but I did while I was out there I re-obtained my driver's license. I had an interlock in my vehicle from a long time ago. I needed an interlock. I got an interlock. I had insured. I bought a really nice Jeep Wrangler and stuff. Matter of fact, Mr. Johnson complimented me on it. It's a nice vehicle and stuff. And I'm lucky to have it. It's right now. It's at the shop. It overheated, and my friend has it at his stored in his shop on State Street in Salt Lake City. That's mine.
Well, I think you've answered all the questions that I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, do you have any idea what they might do?
Okay. Well, here's what will happen from here is I'll accept your admissions to allegations 1 and 2. I'll note your denials to allegations 3 and 4. And recommend that they be dismissed per stipulated motion. The board members will review the report. They'll see the recommendations from your attorney as well as from Agent Johnson. They'll make a decision on what they want to do. I frankly don't know what they're going to do.
Okay.
So I don't want to guess because I think that's the worst thing I can do is guess and try to tell you what I think is going to happen, and then I'm wrong, and I've just kind of set you up to be upset. So,
all right.
Within a couple weeks, you should receive an order from them. If you have contact with your friend or anybody else on the outside, you can let them know to start checking the board's website next week. The decision will be posted on the website before you receive it in the mail. But that way they can go online and look and then tell you what was decided. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything from anybody? Hearing nothing, that'll conclude the hearing. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Drew.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank you, Agent. I think I'm having Okay. All right. Then I will take denials today as a placeholder, recommended paper review in approximately 90 days. If Mr. TINAJERO resolves these allegations prior to that, he'll notify the board. We can get him back on a calendar hopefully sooner than later. That will conclude the hearing.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
On record.
All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Ms. Katie Mikum, offender number 248867. Present for the hearing are Ms. Mikum's attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Julius. Prior to coming on the record, we were notified that Ms. Mikum has elected not to attend the hearing and has asked Ms. Conyers to represent her. Ms. Conyers, it appears she has a pending criminal case. How would you like to proceed?
That's correct. I spoke with Ms. Meekum on Monday. She asked me to represent her. We'll enter denials at this time and ask for a 60-day continuance if we can.
Okay. Agent Julius, any objection?
No, sir.
Okay. I will take denials then today as a placeholder. Recommend a paper review. If Ms. Meekum does resolve this case, then she is encouraged to write the board and let us know. It does look like, do we have two separate cases here, Agent Julius?
Yes, there's two cases of pending charges.
They have, but they haven't seen that they were filed with court yet.
There is a hearing that is on March 18th, I believe.
March 18th.
Yes, sir.
All right. Perfect. And once those charges are resolved, we'll get her back on the calendar and we'll move forward. Anything from anybody?
No, sir.
All right. That will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
And Jared, I'm going to log off or see if I can reset my computer. So
Okay.
if I'm not on it, maybe because I'm in the lobby, just to let you know,
Okay, perfect.
in the waiting lobby. Thanks.
All right. All right, today's the time and place scheduled for a parole violation hearing for Mr. Thomas Wolf, offender number 236253. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Jared Chappell. I'm a hearing officer at the Board of Pardons and Parole. I've been assigned to conduct your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you should be able to see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Proctor. Can you see each of them?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Wolf, Agent Proctor, I'll be taking testimony from each of you. If you could each raise your right hand to be placed under oath. Mr. Wolf, you as well. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wolf, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I have.
Have you had a chance to review that information?
Yes, I have.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed?
So just to confirm with the agent, I haven't seen, Agent Proctor, I haven't seen anything filed yet, but it seems like this is one we're still pursuing.
No, you texted me recently.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're just being treated as
I haven't
technical
answered.
violations.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, I apologize. I should have asked to get on a little bit earlier with Mr. Wolf. Can I get a quick breakout with him?
Yep, we'll be in recess.
And if it's easier, I can call a number.
Hey, Kate, I'm gonna have you call a number because he's down here in Gunnison.
Okay, I did just get a breakout session. Do you want me to join that?
If we can get it, yeah, if they can do that.
Let's see it. We're ready to proceed.
Okay. We'll get Mr. Wolf back. We'll go on the record. It's 253. Ms. Connors, you've had an opportunity to speak with your client. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. We'll be entering no contest on all 11 allegations.
Your recommendation?
And just to note that they've been amended to technicals. Yes, we're asking for 180 days with credit for the 2.5 that he has already served. He is asking to basically return to what his prior situation was, which is to live with his fiance in their place, same address here in Salt Lake City, to return to his same job where he was working at the Pick and Pull and DNK Motorsports. He's already done a screening for substances and alcohol and will do outpatient treatment that has been recommended. A note that he does have still a cannabis card for some serious medical issues that he has, so he will retain that and keep that active.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Not right now, thank you.
Agent Proctor, before I should have asked, you stipulate to amending those to technical violations.
I will be amending them to technical violations, yes.
Okay. And your recommendation?
My recommendation is gonna be, it's his first parole. I was just gonna recommend 60 days credit time served, and then parole be just the same as it was last time.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I got nothing else to add.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wolf, I've heard from everybody but you. What would you like me to know? Sorry, you're on mute. Gunnison, you're on mute. I'm not able to hear anything Mr. Wolf's saying. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Mr. Wolf, I'll start over.
Thank you. Yes, I will do anything that screening recommends for me as far as drug and alcohol treatment. And I'll be returning to my same job plus DNK Motorsports and probably another part-time company, a concrete company, doing cleanup for them.
Okay. Tell me about the violation. What happened there?
I had worked all day at my job and I was working at my second job at DNK Motorsports. I just had a beer. It had been a stressful day and that's all it was. I wasn't running around or anything. I was at home. That's basically it. And it led to the search of my apartment where they had found the two affixed blades. They had came from storage because my fiance was moving back in. She hadn't moved them back out, but I take responsibility for them because I am on parole. And the marijuana, of course, is for pain management, but I'm responsible for all that. And anything else found there in my dwelling.
Tell me about the pain management.
I was in a pretty bad motorcycle crash a few years back and been in a couple automobile wrecks, been in a rollover and been rear-ended.
Okay.
It's just back pain. It helps me get through my work day and be proactive in the society, you know.
Any other drug use?
No, I have stayed away from everything. I'm originally in here for distribution of methamphetamine. I picked up in 2018, February 14th of 2018. And I have not used methamphetamine since I picked that case up back in 2018. And I'm going to continue to not use. I'm done with that part of my life. I feel if I was going to relapse on that, I probably would have done it when my brother died right before I got out released from prison in 2023. I haven't relapsed on it. I just been staying busy and occupied with work and trying to be a productive member of society once again.
It does look like you have a pending disciplinary for a positive UA. Are you aware of that?
That was entering Gunnison State Prison here.
Yeah.
On my arrival here.
That just happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, sir. It's still pending.
Yeah, I don't want to go much further into it since it's still pending. You talked about back pain. Any other physical health issues?
No, I have gout, but I have medication for that. That's it.
Okay. How's your mental health? Any history there?
No mental health history.
Okay. And then way back in 2018, you were documented as a member of the Peckerwoods. What's going on with that?
That's just out of California. That just means I'm a white person. It's not a gang. Peckerwood's just a word for a wood or a white person. I'm not SGTG. I don't.
Okay.
Too old for that.
So no involvement with anything here locally?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I know a lot of them, but I'm not involved with them as far as a gang member or anything like that. No.
Okay. So then your plans to go back to your old address, live with your fiance, kind of just pick up where you left off?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been out?
I was out 15 months.
15 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I maintained a
Some
job.
things must have been going okay,
I
right?
maintained a job the whole time and checked in on time.
Okay.
And done everything I was asked to do.
So it sounds like you probably know what you need to do to be successful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
No, sir.
Agent Proctor, anything you'd like to add?
Got nothing else to add, no.
Ms. Conyers?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Wolf, I'll accept your no contest pleas to each of the allegations, and I'll recommend your parole date of September 12, 2023 be revoked. What will happen today is I will write a report. That report will include Agent Proctor's recommendation as well as council's recommendation. The board members will review it. They'll make a decision on what they expect moving forward. Once they've reached their decision, you'll receive a copy of the order through the mail. If you have contact with anybody on the outside, your fiance or other friends or family, you can ask them to start checking the board's website next week. The decision will likely be posted there sometime next week, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything from anybody? That will conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
situation for him and a much better environment for him than if he were to be paroled to a halfway house or a community correctional center. He understands that that is meant to help him with stability and transitioning, but he doesn't need that. He has a place to live, and he'd rather that those spaces be utilized for people who need them. He is very fortunate and does have a place where he can live. So he's asking to be released to that residence where he has a trailer that he can live in. It sounds like he's retired and has income, so financially providing for himself shouldn't be a problem. One thing that we did discuss is whether he would go to Georgia. He has some family in Georgia, and he's been approved for interstate compact there back in 2021 and may consider moving there in the future. But that's just something he's considering at this point. He is asking to be paroled to that trailer. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Moore, your response recommendation.
We wouldn't contest against him going back to the trailer. I've already spoken to supervision about that. It was a previously approved address prior to his current incarceration, so we would support him going back there. So no contest to that. We'd be supportive of that. I think the only thing that I would like to add is just some past notes from prior agents indicate that there was documentation of him being diagnosed with bipolar, and at the time he said it indicated he was having manic episodes, which made supervision difficult. So I would just like to request, he obtain a current or a new mental health evaluation just to indicate if that is accurate, or so I don't have anything that I can rely on that indicates that there's actual diagnosis other than these notes.
Okay. So are you recommending?
Or if any medication is needed at all.
Okay. Are you recommending a parole then at this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Balffor, I've heard from everybody but you. Tell me what happened here, what led us to being here today, and then we'll work our way forward from there.
I guess against my better judgment, I volunteered to assist my son who wasn't able to do a project at the Valley Fair Mall. It was in an area that is restricted to the general public. That wasn't the reason why I thought I could go there, but that's the fact. I took an individual so that that person could be trained so that in the future, if my son needed someone to assist him, that person would be there to go. So I was in the company of someone for the entire time that I was there, and I was in an area that is inaccessible to the general public. And that's what led us to be here today.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I remember reading through letters that have been submitted that you were working on an elevator or something.
No,
like that?
it's so the JCPenney store has a backup generator system, which probably every 2 months my son goes and check the oil and make sure that if it has to go into service, it's ready to go. And in order to get to that, it's up in an area that you have to, the manager has to allow you access to get there. And that's where I was for the entire time, except for the time that I went to the bathroom for about 5 minutes and was accompanied by the person who was, I took to, so my son could train.
Okay.
If I may address the mental health concerns.
Absolutely. I was going to go there anyway, so might as well.
The information that is in the record is inaccurate. It says that when I don't take my medication, I have a breakdown. I never had a breakdown because of not taking medication. My family at one point thought that it would be advisable for me to get a mental health assessment. And so my family literally arranged to have me go to the Huntsman facility. They considered that I was fine, and I do, because it's available, do access therapy. As a matter of fact, prior to coming here today, I had a session with the therapist here, and I mentioned that I would be coming, and she said that, yes, I can mention that I do avail myself of mental health services, and that is just in much the same way that I would avail myself of medical help, just part of my regimen of staying well.
Do you have any formal diagnosis?
No, there's some concern about PTSD. I was assaulted 3 times, most recently a couple of weeks ago, all times in prison. And so that's probably mostly what we talk about, how to deal with that and the trauma resulting from that.
Okay. Are you on medication for the PTSD or anything else?
I'm not.
Okay. How's your physical health?
Considering my age, it's good. I suffer from diabetes. I am taking medications for that regularly. And one of the reasons for being in the trailer close to family is so that my family could, in fact, take care of me and make sure that any medications that I need, they're always very concerned to make sure that I'm on top of all of the medications that I'm supposed to take.
What city is that trailer in?
West Jordan.
West Jordan. Okay. Any drug or alcohol use while you were out on parole?
No, never.
Okay. And then any gang involvement?
No.
No, okay. What was going on with treatment? Where were you at in treatment?
It's been completed.
Okay. All right, so sounds like your plan's just to go back to doing what you were doing. Maybe be a little more cautious about where you're going, even if you've got other people with you and those circumstances, it's those little things that you think are going to be okay, they're going to bite you in the butt. So
definitely.
Okay. Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered?
One, there's a document that was presented to the board, but I don't think it probably required a special attention, but I don't think it ever did. AP&P, while I was at the correctional facility between June and August of last year, requested that I get updated assessments from my therapist in order so that I can go to the trailer. So I have a 2021 letter, which is very good, but they said, could you get another one? So I got one in August of last year, which is in the record. And they said, well, this doesn't quite say what we wanted to say. And they specified the language that they needed. And there's a September letter, which provided what AP&P requested, the supervision at Bonneville Correctional Center. Now, that letter is in the record, but I don't think the board has ever addressed it.
Is this the letter from Mr. Banta dated September of 2024?
That one. Now, AP&P supervision specifically asked, in order for me to not be here, to have the group A conditions removed. And they said, if you can get that letter, then you'd be fine. You'd be able to live next to your grandchildren. And so that letter recommends that the group A condition be removed. And that is based on the evidence that my risk is low. There's no proclivity to watch children. And besides that letter, there is a quarterly report that the therapist submitted to AP&P. I'm not sure if that too ever was sent to the board.
Agent Moore, I don't know if that's letter something you've had time to review or if that's something you want to
Yeah,
look at and then address their special attention or what your thoughts are.
Yeah, we've gotten that letter from Mr. Banta, and we staffed at my supervision. And our take on that was Mr. Balffor would need to submit that through his counsel to the Board of Pardons for a hearing to address that letter specifically. So that's what I recommended Mr. Balffor do for that, as far as the conditions go. So it seems like this has kind of been a long time thing regarding his group conditions, and his therapist indicating that there's no risk to children, inclination to children. Even back, and I think when he was placed on probation, was it Mr. Balffor? You were actually allowed the court to reside with his son, who was underage at that time, while on probation.
Yeah, the court actually ordered that I could live with my son. That was an issue, and so the court found that it was not necessary to keep me from, even though he was a minor.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms.
One thing that
sorry, 1 second, Mr. Balffor. I guess, Ms. Connors, since you're his attorney today, is that something you want to be heard on, or?
No, I'll submit. That's okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Balffor.
I was merely going to add that this root case started in 2005, and I was in the community from 2005 to 2016 when I finally was first deemed that probation was violated, and that's why I went to prison. So from 2005 to 2016, I was in the community, and there's never been any allegations, any charges of any kind.
Okay. Well, I will note it in my report and ask the board to look at it. I can't promise what they'll do though, but I'll make note of it.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered? Mr. Balffor, anything else you want to discuss that we haven't covered? Okay. All right, Agent Moore, anything you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Ms. Conyers?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Balffor, then I'll accept your no contest plea to allegation 1. I recommend your parole date of June 18, 2024 be revoked. You've been through this process before, so you know what to expect. I'll write a report that will include Agent Moore's recommendation. It'll also include council's recommendation. The board members will review it. Once they've reviewed it, they'll issue an order. You'll receive a copy of that order through the mail. It could take a couple of weeks for that order to work its way to you. In the meantime, if you have contact with family or friends, you can let them know to start checking the board's website. Hopefully the decision will be posted sometime next week, and then they can let you know so that you're not waiting around wondering what's going on, okay?
I don't know if the position of Agent Moore and the Department of Correction itself would consider that, given the circumstances, that dismissal of the allegation would be a consideration.
I think you've already entered a no contest plea. I don't know if Agent Moore would be willing to dismiss it or not.
Well, I mean, the GPS points show him there, so.
Okay. So, I mean, you have a right to deny it, Mr. Balffor, and ask for an evidentiary hearing, or you can keep the no contest plea in place.
There are no disputed elements of this matter, sir.
Okay. Then we'll keep the no contest plea in place. Anything from anybody? All right, that'll conclude the hearing then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Jared.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Davis Stony, offender number 224059. Is that you, sir?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, and is that Agent Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you and Agent Adams. But before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, so have you had a chance, did you meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I think I did. I can't remember. I did.
It would be on Monday.
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you get a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is what the board uses along with this hearing when making a decision, okay? Now, currently, we do have 3 allegations, but I do want to note that on January 27th, 2025, the board did receive what's called a special attention request from DPO stating that they were looking into screening some new charges related to a weapon. And then we have this other case as well. This case is case number 241411448, interfering with a peace officer, Class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 3, intoxication, Class C misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2, and disorderly conduct and infraction, which was associated with allegation 1 on your warrant. So we do have those 3 allegations, and then that report. Yes.
Sorry about that. The intoxication is, that one, was a long time ago. That one, I'm just paying for it. I'm paying money for it. All I did was
It's
like $40.
It's included in this case. You have a pretrial.
What they said was I was using methamphetamine. I said I was off my meds.
Okay, let me take your pleas before you start giving me testimony. So we do have those 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive reading of the allegations at this time. We'd like to enter enter denials at this time and continue for 90 days so that he can, sounds like the pending charges and his current charges, get them handled.
Okay, thank you. Agent Adams, is there anything you want to add?
We were going to recommend the same thing.
Okay. Okay, sir, now finish telling me what you needed to say.
Oh, no, just the charge for the intoxication.
Mhm.
I thought that one was for, thought it was for something else. It was from a old charge.
This was on December 13th of 2024?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this case is not done yet in court.
There's one out there that's I was supposed to get on probation for,
Mhm.
and I thought that was for the intoxication one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like the court, I believe it was this week, reached out to the prison to set up a hearing. Okay? So what happens now, because we have the pending investigation with LEB, and then this case, the board will just note that these are pending, continue the case, and once everything is done, we'll come back and pick up where we left off here. Okay, do you have any questions about that?
No, so it's just a paper review.
Yeah, it'll be a parole violation paper review. And then once the case is done, if LEB happens to file charges, we'll have to wait for that one. And what we ask for you is once everything's done, send us a letter, let us know, because you'll be the first one to know what happens. You're in the courtroom. We track it, but of course you'll know before.
So how long is it going to take before I get out?
It depends on, well, getting out, I don't know. That's up to the board, but they're not going to move forward until these 2 issues are taken care of. So it's really, we're waiting on the court and then LEB to decide if they're going to
How
file.
long should it be until, if I get done, do I have to wait a whole 3 more months? Till this?
No, once we're notified, we'll put you on the next calendar.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So at this time, we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks, Agent Adams.
Thanks, Agent.
No problem. I'll be here for the next one too, so.
Okay.
Well, well, on that note, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Um, Adams is willing to strike these 2 allegations now that he's confirmed with the district attorney's office that they won't be refiling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Agent Adams, is there anything you want to add?
No, just that Mr. Bodine was very cooperative when we did take him into custody. These charges have been dropped, and it's taken me a minute to get a hold of the DA, but we finally was able to clarify that they are not planning on refiling as the victim has ceased contact with them.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, sir, so here's what's going to happen. I do hearings today until 2:30. When I get, or 2:45, when I get out, I'm going to route this to the board. And what it is basically a warrant recall and reinstate. And so I'm almost positive it won't happen today because it'll be too late in the day. But when that happens, you're immediately released. So I would start figuring out your plans. If for some reason the board disagrees and wants to go to an evidentiary hearing, which is something they can do, they would accept your denials to these allegations, but keep them and schedule an evidentiary. So that's the 2 routes we could go, is go to an evidentiary or reinstate as soon as possible. So do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So you said like the immediate release, so reinstate, that could be what, tomorrow or Tuesday?
Most likely tomorrow. Just because if the board agrees to strike these allegations, we don't have anything to hold you on.
Awesome.
So if though the board says, no, we want to keep these allegations and have an evidentiary hearing, they can do that. I don't know which way they'll go, but if they do decide to do the reinstate, it'll be pretty swift, okay? Not today, though.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, can I say something? Hey, Mr. Adams?
Yes,
I want
sir.
to tell you, thank you for everything you've done, for keeping in contact with Catherine. I couldn't ask for a better APP agent. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll conclude the hearing. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Richard Cummings, offender number 169610. Mr. Cummings did not appear at the hearing. And I would like to note he did not meet with his attorney either. He currently has 3 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is there any motions?
Well, we'll waive reading at this time and enter denials. And at this time, I was actually hoping that Agent Nissen could give us an update about where charges may be at, because I see that they are not filed. Agent Laycock, are you covering?
Yeah, I'm covering for him. So I took over this case back
Okay.
in January. And so I would need to probably get access to the phone that Agent Nissen had for him to be able to either file the charges for the failure to register, if that's what he allegations were made that way. As far as the sexual misconduct, I have not been able to, I haven't heard from Tiffany Halliday, so I don't know if they're filing charges or not in that matter as well. So I'll have to work with my supervision to figure out how we can get in contact with Miss Halliday and get access to this phone so we can move forward with filing the charges, because Agent Nissen's on leave and won't be back for a while.
Did you see, Agent Laycock, that in the probable cause statement, it does say, however, she is not currently intent to file formal charge.
Oh, hey, Kate,
We lost you, Kate. I couldn't quite hear what you last said.
Yeah. We lost you there for a second. We can see you, we just can't hear you. Hmm? Hmm.
We still can't hear you, Kate.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
There you are.
Cut out
There you
out like the last.
Oh, God, I'm sorry about that. That must have been me. So the question I had, and maybe, I don't know if you heard it, in the probable cause statement for allegation number 1, it does say that Ms. Halliday doesn't currently intend to file formal charges. Now, that may not be up to her, obviously, but
Right.
any thoughts about that?
As far as I'm concerned, that's where I would need to
Okay.
her and figure out if she plans to file charges and who the police, in what area that happened, to contact that agency as well to see if they're willing to file charges.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Conyers, is there anything else?
Nope, thank you.
Okay. How about you, APMP? Is there anything you want to add?
I would just give us at least 30 to 60 days to try and figure out this information.
Okay, and then if you could just send a amended
Absolutely.
report, just so we're aware.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. All right, at this time, we will conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we need. It's, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Averil Thomas, offender number 173511. Is that you, sir? Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Bird. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that this testimony that you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing? And I know you got late disclosure. Did you get your blue packet? Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information that the board's using for this hearing today, along with the recording of the hearing. Do we have visitors here? Okay, they're going to be bringing them in. Okay, so right now you do have 6 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. We do have motions and pleas, but I'll go in order. He'll admit to 1. He is denying 2, 3, and 4. They all kind of deal with the same situation. I don't see that any charges have been filed, but it all deals with an address. However, he will admit 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you. APMP, what do you want to do with 2, 3, and 4?
So those charges have been filed. They were submitted to the DA's office on 2/11/25, and they requested the official J&C and the 1102 packet, which was delivered on 02/24/25.
Okay. So did you want to keep 2, 3, and 4 then, APMP?
Yeah, those are still just waiting to be screened by the paralegal.
Okay.
They were waiting on those packets, which takes a lot of time to get to them. So they arrived and we were finally able to get them to them on Monday.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Conyers, did you still want to keep the admissions to the other allegations?
Let's just so that if to keep it easier and consistent, let's just deny all the allegations at this time. Sounds like we'll need a continuance for 90 days. Mr. Thomas, we discussed this a bit on Monday, that if new charges are filed, that they would, we were uncertain on Monday what was happening, but now with this update, we will need to continue this for 90 days. If you get word that the charges are declined, if you can let us know so we can get him back on the calendar. But Mr. Thomas, if charges are filed, what you'll want to do is once you're finished with that court case, you'll want to let us know, let the board know so we can get you back on this calendar.
Yeah, just send us a letter because we track it, but you'll be in the courtroom and you'll know what the outcome is before any of us. Okay. So like your attorney said, based off of these new pending charges, I'll go back to the board, let them know that they're in screening right now. APMP will update us if they're declined. And then once either we find out they were declined or once the charges are adjudicated in court and we're notified, we'll schedule you, pick you up where we left off here today.
What specifically does that mean? Like, be screened?
Oh, so they go, like APMP said, they'll go to paralegal right now and they screen it, see if there's, and correct me if I'm wrong, APMP, they're seeing if there's enough evidence to file charges. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically they're going to look at it with they wanted the certified J&C to see the obligation to register. And then based on the probable cause, they'll make a determination whether or not it's enough to screen in court.
Okay.
What's that, my, for,
Well, I wouldn't say anything because this recording can be used if they do file charges.
yeah.
And I just don't want you to hurt yourself if they do file charges. So I wouldn't discuss that allegation with me right now. Okay, so at this time, what I'm going to do is conclude the hearing, but I'll keep you here because you do have family coming in, okay? All right, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Thanks, Agent. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for James Rooney, offender number 190224. Is that your offender number,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Okanowski, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth and it will be accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers, your attorney?
2 days ago, yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board can use before making their decision about this hearing today. You currently have 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and does he waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he does waive formal reading of the allegations. No motions. He will admit to all the allegations.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1 through 4, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your January 30th, 2024 parole date. Sir, before we start, I do want to note, let me find it here. That Corrections has submitted to the board a copy of a fugitive transportation cost sheet. And what that is, it's accounting of how much it costs to bring you back from Missouri. It comes to $2,047.80. Are you willing to pay that as restitution?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. As a note, he does expire next January. So what he's asking for is a release just as soon as possible so he can stabilize before he's off the paper. Please note that he did write a letter asking the board for termination, but that's not what, after more reflection, that's not what he's seeking. He would like the opportunity for parole so that he can stabilize first. He does have some addresses where he can live with either his aunt or his mom, which are both really good, stable, sober, and supportive places. He plans to do, for employment, plans to do some construction work, or his aunt may have a hookup where he can do some remote computer work through a place that she has organized. If those addresses don't work, and or if APNP thinks it's better, he would consider doing a sober living or an IOP program. He isn't looking for a residential program, and the main reason for that is because he wants to be able to get back to work as soon as possible, so that will help him with his stabilization. And then I have a quick note from something in the board packet. They talk about him going to 3 residential programs, but it seems like they're actually counting 2 detox centers as residential, and that's not. He doesn't believe those are residential or should be counted as residential, but he did go to a program in Missouri. So,
okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. APNP, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, hello. So in fact, he did go to all those programs. He went to the First Step House first, as soon as he got released from prison. And as soon as he got released, he also absconded and used methamphetamines. I found him then and sent him to VOA to get detox, and found another treatment opportunity. And he went to the Weber Recovery Center, again used, get discharged. Then he went to the Journey Treatment Center, which was also inpatient treatment program, where he again did exactly same thing, and then again VOA, and then absconded. It's clearly to me that James does not want to do the parole at all. I'm shocked by him saying that he wants to do intensive outpatient program to go to work, because he had all these chances and he never even once attempted to go to work. On top of that, after his arrest in Missouri, his aunt called me and was making a lot of threats and accusations towards Board of Pardons of Parole and adult probation and parole. She said also that he would be unsuccessful to do any kind of parole in state of Utah, and he needs to be in Missouri with her, where she was harboring him knowingly as a fugitive, and then she hung out on me. So with all of that, I would recommend James terminate his sentence from the prison and not being granted any more paroles. He didn't, I mean, I like him as a person, really, but there was no will whatsoever on him to do any conditions of his parole. Instead of he was using and absconding, and then finally he went to his aunt where he was hiding for all this time. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Rooney, I have some questions for you about these allegations. So let's start with number one. It was failure to establish, reside at, or change your residence without prior approval. It says that after you were removed from Journeys, you rejected all calls from APNP and didn't provide an alternative address. So what happened?
I'd actually previously let APNP know that during my time in Journey, I had a government phone. That's the number they had. It lapsed, so I wasn't able to use it to keep it going. So that number was no longer in service. I should have provided them with some kind of communication. I do agree with that, which I failed to do. But that is why they couldn't get a hold of me, is because that number was no longer in service.
Okay, and so why didn't you call in or let them know that?
Because honestly, the real truth is I got into my own head and I got discouraged, and I got a case of what they call the screw-its, and and just went off. It was just like, it's what's going to happen. It's what's going to happen. And I hate it when I do that. And it's something I really need to work on. It's a problem with me. It's been a consistent problem with me for a long time. Like my PO will verify, but that's pretty much what happened. Was I just went like that.
Okay, so number two is for the absconsion. They list as June 17th of 2024 was probably not probably, it is the date that you absconded parole. Where did you go?
When after Journey was Mental Health America respite detox, essentially, and I was there. I was supposed to be there for 2 weeks, but I ended up being there for 2 days before I got kicked out. And from there, I went to the only place I really felt safe and away from drugs, or more that I can acquire sobriety. And I didn't want to go back to the VOA again. And I went and at first I went to my aunt's house in Lehigh, I believe it is. And she doesn't live in Missouri. She lives in Lehigh. But I went there, and she at the time she didn't know that I was absconding from APNP. It took some time before that was revealed by me. She suspected it, but she didn't know it for sure. She wanted to get in contact with my PO and everything. She made me give her my number and give him the number and everything, but I think she didn't call because she probably suspected and didn't want to really find out. But then about a week later, when I knew the warrant was out, I turned around and told her, she was pushing me to go to Missouri. So I turned around and told her, you know what? It's probably a better life for me out there. Let's go to Missouri. And so that's where I went from there. And I mean, not to justify my absconding at all, because I know that I'm in the wrong there, you know what I mean? But I want to know that out in Missouri, I did do the best I've done in my adult life, which isn't great. It's pretty pathetic. I mean, being this old and doing a little bit of good I did out there, you know, but it is the best I've done. I mean, and that was pretty encouraging to me, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what happened. That's where I went.
Okay.
So
You went to Missouri a little more than a week after absconding, is that right?
yes,
Okay. And in regards to the absconding, just so you're aware, the board added 160 days, 67 days toll time for that time that you were a fugitive. So it will push out, it pushed out your expiration date a little bit.
yeah, that's regretful, but
So this, your aunt in Lehigh, is that the one that, that you do have a possible address with when you, if you get a parole?
that is one of them. Yes, that would be her.
Is that the same one that called APMP?
Yes, that's the same one. I didn't, wow, I didn't know all about that call. I knew something, but wow, I'm surprised. She's usually more well kept than that. Very well more kept than that. I don't know what to say about that. It catches me off guard that she did that, but
Okay.
my mom's address is also a very good one.
What city is your mom in?
Richfield.
Richfield, okay. All right, so let's talk about number 3, the meth use. Let's see. You went to Mental Health America for detox, but used meth. There was a positive UA for meth and amphetamines. And that was prior to your absconding. So between that and then number 4 was failure to complete treatment and these different treatment programs and detoxes. Do you want to quit using drugs?
Yes, I do. And I learned a major part of that while I was in Missouri, participating in God's Gangster Sober Living. I absolutely do want to quit. As a matter of fact, I've made a decision in my mind that regardless of what the board gives me, regardless of if I parole or terminate or whatever, for the next at least 1 year after I get out, I'm going to stay completely sober off of everything, and even, which is my big taker, marijuana. And I mean, even though it's legal, I'm still gonna abstain from all of it for at least 1 year before after I get out, regardless of what happens.
So after that year, do you plan on going back to meth?
No, absolutely not. I'm hoping that I really hope I'm strong enough to stay away from all that. I want to interstate, if you choose to parole me, I want to interstate compact back out to Missouri, where I have the very best chance of abstaining from meth and everything else. You know what I mean? But I really hope I'm strong enough to make it the whole year. And I think I can do it. I believe I can do it. I got to. And after that, I think I'll have a good enough foundation to be able to stay away from meth permanently. And I'll probably end up staying away from marijuana and all of it permanently after that. I'll probably just choose the complete sobriety route, as God's Gangsters Sober Living was trying to instill into my head.
Okay, so it looks like this was your 3rd parole attempt. There's 6 overall. And your new expiration date is June 17th of 2026. So considering how this parole worked out with the different programs not working, the absconding, why should the board grant you a release versus expiring you in June of 26?
Honestly, given my history, they don't really have much reason to believe a word I say or go off anything like that. You know, they have every reason to crucify me, and it sucks. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous about it, and coming out of my skin about it. But yeah, I've given them really no reason to think otherwise of me, and I just all I can say is, please give me one last chance to show that I'm better than, that maybe that my time in Missouri did something and that I'm better than what I've been, and I can really make a change. You know, I can really make it happen. And I mean, I'd prefer to have that supervision over me for the last bit of the time, rather than be stuck in here making no progress whatsoever. I'd prefer to, you know, have a bit of supervision over me out there to help keep me in check. And I think my mind now is in the right state to work with that more so than it's been in the past.
So if you end up getting a parole and either you're working on the compact or you end up staying here, where do you plan on going for treatment?
I don't know if I end up rolling to my mom's place in Richfield, if it's that, then I don't know if what all the IOP places are out there. I know of one place particularly, but I don't remember the name of it. That's probably the place I would go to, but Richfield's not a big place, so they don't have very many places, I'm sure. But it depends on, you know, if they give me if they want me to do residential again, then I'll probably either try to go back to First Step House or Odyssey House or something like that. Because I mean, honestly, that would Odyssey would probably be the best thing, because it's the intensity I probably need, you know. But you know, just like my attorney said, I'm not edging towards residential because I want to work, but I'm willing to do it. I mean, I'm gonna whatever. But and if they parole me, then as soon as the date is in, I intend to submit my interstate compact possibility to try to have that approved before I even get out. But
Okay. So in regards to work, your attorney said that either computer through your aunt or you'll go work construction. Why didn't you have a job on this last parole?
most of the time I wasn't absconding. I was in rehabs, different inpatient facilities, and while you're in inpatient facilities, they don't allow you to work. So until I completed that, I would not have the opportunity to go to work. I did just a little bit of work while I was in the halfway house for 5 weeks, but that's not much. That's not saying really much because it's not a lot of time. But yeah, while you're in inpatient treatment, you can't go to work. So
okay,
I mean, I was barred from that, but the entire time I was in Missouri, I was working. Out of 5 months out there, I was unemployed an entire week.
And what did you do there?
I did concrete work mostly. I did a little bit of manufacturing, but mostly concrete work. And both the companies I work for out there are more than willing to hire me right back. But just so that's known.
So let's talk about your mental health. So since you've been back in custody, have you reached out to mental health at all? How are you doing in that respect?
I have issues with anxiety and depression and stuff like that, but I've been taking a lot of steps that I learned from God's Gangsters treatment to cope with that. And I mean, it helps to a point. And I have put into see mental health here, but it takes like 2 months to get a meeting or anything like that. But I mean, all that much it'll come to is really just, I suppose, just talking about my issues and stuff, but I'm not.
Okay.
There hasn't been much while I've been in here. I haven't had much opportunity.
Okay, so are you on any medication?
I'm not on any medications, no.
Okay.
Haven't had-
And is there any physical issues that you have going on that you want the board to be aware of?
No, there's.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about this disciplinary. It looks like on February 19th, you were involved in a fight. Have you seen anybody for that yet?
No, I've not seen IDHO or nothing like that.
Okay. Okay, then if you haven't seen anybody yet, let's not talk about it because what you say here can be used against you, okay?
I'm perfectly okay with it, but if you say so, all right.
Okay. All right, so is there anything else about the violations or your plans for parole that you haven't covered yet?
No,
No?
not that I can think of.
Okay, so
I-
what I'm going to do is take everything that you've told me here today, along with the recommendation from your attorney and also from APMP. I'll submit it to the board. In the next 30 days, you should find out what their decision is. And at that point, if you do get a release, then you could apply for that compact if you still want to do that. Do you have any questions for me at this point?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, so at this time, I am concluding the hearing. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Best of
Thanks.
luck, James. I mean,
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for William Irish, offender number 184381. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Schilling, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do. Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Everything in your blue packet is a copy of what the board may use before making their decision. You currently have 7 allegations, but before we start, I am going to note this pending case. It's case number 241300809, possession of a dangerous weapon by restricted third-degree felony, property damage destruction, Class A misdemeanor attached to allegation 3, possession or use of a controlled substance, Class A misdemeanor attached to allegation 4, possession of a deadly weapon with intent to assault, Class A misdemeanor attached to allegation 1, and use or possession drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor attached to allegation 5. You do have an upcoming hearing, a scheduling conference set for March 17th, 2025. So currently we have those 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations, and we'll enter denials at this time based on those pending charges, and we'll ask to continue this for 90 days. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Agent Schilling, is there anything that you want to add?
No, he'll have a different parole agent at that point. I'll be retired.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna miss out on that adventure,
Okay.
but I wish him luck.
Thank you.
Yes. Don't waste
Okay,
your time in prison.
I'm trying not to.
Use it wisely, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. So, based off these new charges still pending in court, I'm just going to stop this hearing, Go back to the board, let them know that there is a case still pending. Once the case is adjudicated, I do ask that you send us a letter. You'll be the first one to know what happens in the hearing when the case is adjudicated. It takes a few days for us to find out. Once we get notification, we'll put you back on the calendar and pick up where we left off here today. Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing. Good luck to you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Bye, William. Good luck.
Bye. Good luck to you.
Serve
Have fun with
yourself.
your retirement.
Thank you.
Sierra, when's your last day?
Next Tuesday.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tyler Peters, offender number 177272. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Walzer. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing and a copy of that blue packet, which I saw?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Everything in that blue packet is a copy of what the board can use prior to making their decision. So you currently have 4 allegations, but before we start, I want to note a case. It's case number, I'll actually take judicial notice of it. Case number 2419-14262 failed to stop at command of law enforcement, class A misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2 on the warrant. Use or possession drug paraphernalia, class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 3 was dismissed with prejudice. Criminal trespass, intent, annoy, injury, crime, fear, class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 4 was dismissed with prejudice on January 23rd, 2025. The case was closed. So you currently have those 4 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations. He'll admit on 1 and 2. And then we're asking to strike 3 and 4 as those were dismissed for plea in exchange for the plea on allegation number 2.
Okay. Agent Walzer, what do you want to do about 3 and 4?
Yeah, we can strike 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. Sir, based off of your new conviction and your admissions to allegations 1 and 2, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your September 24th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. What we're asking for is a 6-month termination. He expires in August of 2026. When looking at whether he did well in Utah or in North Dakota, he says that he's only done really well in North Dakota, so he wants to return there, but not on paper. He's written the board a letter about how well he was doing in North Dakota, which offers him a drug-free environment. And then when he came back to Utah after being in North Dakota, he just, kind of saw the same sort of people, same environment, and unfortunately just got right back into drugs. So that would be a much better situation for him, but he wants to do it off of paper. One thing that he did want to just kind of address here at this hearing is that he does have a write-up, but he doesn't believe he's been charged yet. And he's concerned that maybe he'll get charged after he has a date. But anyway, he did want to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you. Agent Walser, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, adult probation and parole would recommend that he terminate his case in prison as well. And the basis for that recommendation is the facts that the majority of Mr. Peters' cases are, he doesn't have any violent history. If you look at the 2 current cases that he's on, one's from 2019, the other's from 21. There are some 23 cases in there that he got while he was on parole. But if you look at Mr. Peters' history all the way back to 2007, you will see a pattern of giving opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. It's abscond, it's arrested, it's abscond, it's arrested, new charges, this. But despite that, I will advocate for the idea that the majority of the things that he gets picked up on are nonviolent criminal offenses. And currently the one that he's on now, the 2, is theft and possession of a financial card, probably somebody else's. Not that any of those things are right, but I want the board to understand and feel better about terminating his parole or terminating his case while in prison, probably before he expires, 6 months to 12 months. And give Mr. Peters an opportunity to leave the state of Utah. I think that if you parole him again, that we're going to be back here and it'll be even closer to his expiration date. And we're going to be saying the same thing anyhow. So that's the basis of my recommendation along with his attorneys.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Peters, let's look at this. So just so you're aware, you did receive 31 days total time for the time that you were absconded. The board added that to your expiration, which is now September 5th of 2026. So number 1 is you absconded on November 12th of 2024 after you graduated from Turning Point. So why'd you abscond?
I ask myself the same thing. I don't understand why I do the things I do. I guess that's what they call addiction, because I did great in the program, completed it. And the very same day I completed it, I got dropped off at Sober Living. And I went downtown to get a bus pass and a food stamp card.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew better than to go downtown Salt Lake to do those things. I should have went to a different workforce services, because in that area in particular for me is a trigger. And sure enough, I did some meth that very same day, and then I was too nervous to go back to the Sober Living. I even went back to the Sober Living and stood outside for a minute and thought, I was like, man, I can't walk back in that house because everyone there is recovering addicts, and to put them in that position wasn't going to be right. So I left, and that was that. I went on the run and right back into my addiction. I tried to get clean once, went to a detox at the U of U, the uni.
Is that while you were a fugitive? Okay.
Yep. And after a week of that, left, because the dumbest reason for that too, because they didn't allow you to smoke there and I wanted a cigarette. And so I left thinking that I would go to a different detox, and I didn't go. I didn't make it. Went right back to getting high again.
Okay. So, number 2 is that conviction for the fail to stop. It looks like law enforcement was called to vandalism in progress, and then you fled. What was going on?
That so actually I just went in the 7-Eleven, bought a soda, and I came outside. This is a thing on North Temple for homeless people. I came outside and I sat down for a minute, but on North Temple, there's all the homeless people and they tend to hang out at those 7-Elevens. So when the cop pulled in and I had sat down there, he told everybody to stop apparently. But here's the thing, sometimes they pull in there and they flash their lights, and that means to leave, to clear out. And so I'm clearing out because that's what the way it usually goes. So I'm clearing out. Well, this time they wanted me to stop, or wanted everybody to stop instead of clear out. And so I wasn't running away. I was just walking away. And the next thing I got tackled from behind. So they called that, the running.
So you weren't involved in any vandalism?
No, absolutely not. No, I just went into the 7-Eleven and bought a drink, like I said. And then they also gave me, there was a trespassing charge there too that
Okay.
I didn't agree with, but like.
Because I was going to say you're 40. What are you vandalizing stuff for?
Yeah,
But, okay.
I didn't even know there was a call for vandalism.
All right. So that letter from Jay Walker no longer applies. Let's say the board terminates you and you go to North Dakota or you stay here in Utah. What's going to keep you from either us or North Dakota Corrections seeing you in about a year?
So I'll tell you, I terminated the first time back in 2017, and I have a friend out there, and he bought me a plane ticket out there, and man, I was doing great. I found a job real quick. We had got our own place together, me and him, and the cravings, they still happened once in a while, but the difference is out in North Dakota, there wasn't downtown Salt Lake that I could go to. I'd have had to search to try to find somebody or somewhere to go get drugs, and I don't know those people out there. And so every time the craving came, I'd let it go by. Was doing great, and then I came back for Christmas with a bunch of money in my pocket and to Utah to see my family for Christmas, and I got high and then just didn't go back to North Dakota. So now I know, like, I can't come back here, even at least until I learn to stay sober on the streets on my own. I can't come back here even to visit my family for Christmas.
Okay. So if for some reason you end up just staying here and not going to North Dakota, what do you plan on doing?
If I stay here, well, I would first get a sober living to go to, and definitely not anywhere near Salt Lake. Matter of fact, if I stayed in Utah, I think I would probably look for a sober living, like maybe towards St. George, somewhere farther away from the downtown Salt Lake area. That seems to just be my problem.
Okay. And then what type of work do you do?
So I'm not a master at anything, but I graduated culinary arts. I know how to paint, powder coat, concrete framing.
Okay.
I'm certified on a forklift.
So what type of work do you plan on finding? How's that?
So I was thinking about having Voc Rehab help me go back to school for maintenance, because they certify you in HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. And so then I could become a maintenance man, or I could take any one of those 3 trades and go somewhere as well.
And that's if you stay here.
Yeah.
And then, what's your mental health like since you've been back? Have you reached out to them? How are you doing?
I've talked to mental health a few times.
Okay.
I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing all right as far as that goes.
Are you on any medication?
Yeah, I take trazodone,
Okay.
hydroxyzine, and Suboxone.
Okay. And then, is there anything going on physically that you think the board should know about?
With me, like as far as my health.
Like yeah. Yep.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm doing pretty good physically. I
All
finally
right.
cured Hep C when I was out there, which was a big deal for me. So
Okay. Now I am aware of the disciplinary that happened in culinary. Since you haven't seen anyone on it, I don't want you to say anything because the comments in this hearing can be used when you do appear. So I'm just going to acknowledge that you do have one pending disciplinary. Okay.
okay, yeah, I just didn't want that to become worse than what it might be later on. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
If for some reason you're charged in court with that, and you had a release date, the board would do a rescission until we find out. But otherwise, I'm just gonna note in the report that you have one pending. Okay, is there anything else that we haven't discussed that, you want the board to know?
There is one thing I wanted to bring up. He even Walzer said that it shows I'm being held here on the unlawful acquisition that expires in 26 and then the theft.
Okay.
But the theft, according to my blue packet, expired January 9th. Same day as this other unlawful acquisition, and it's showing in the system that this one's expired, but the theft is not. But I was charged with them on the exact same days, so they should both be expired.
Well, what I can do is when I get back to the office, I can ask our case analyst to look at it and recalculate and see if there's any error. If there is, you'll get a letter and you'll get the new information, okay? Because that's not I don't do that, and so I don't want to make any comments about that, but I'll ask him to look at it. Give me it's the theft and what was the other charge?
So there's theft and an unlawful acquisition or possession of a transfer card.
Mm-hmm.
So they both have the same conviction date and the same expiration date on my blue packet, but yet it shows in the system that I'm still being held on the theft.
Okay.
Although it should be expirated.
Okay, I'll have them check, and then if there is an error, you'll hear from us. So, anything else?
So aside from that, I just would say that I really think I could make it. I could do good out there, especially if I can go to North Dakota. I did great last time. I just need to have some time away from that downtown Salt Lake area to get and learn how to live life outside of prison. Prison, I mean, it's good for me in the sense that it got me sober because I clearly couldn't do that on my own. I tried in the detox. So it's good in that sense, but it's bad in a lot of ways too. You know, I need to learn how to be sober on my own on the streets and learn how to live life. Because I've never really done that. I've always just got high or been locked up.
Okay.
So I hope the board would give me a chance to do that. And also, I do hope that the write-up, if it comes into play later on, that it would take note that this is the only write-up I've ever had.
Okay, and I'll put that in there too. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'll take everything, the new conviction and then all the information presented here today. I'll take the recommendation from your attorney and Agent Walzer. It sounds like they're on the same page. They recommend a termination. But of course, that's up to the board. I'll also include everything we discussed, your letters that we received, and submit it to them. In the next 30 days, you'll find out what their decision is. If for some reason they give you a parole instead, it would also include parole conditions in the information you receive. But we'll see what they say. And I just wish you luck. I hope you don't end up in North Dakota Corrections, and we don't want to see you again once this expires, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, we wish you luck. You have a good day. Let's conclude this hearing.
Thank you. And you have a
Thanks.
good day as well.
You too. Thanks. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing, dispositional hearing for Michael Blackwell, offender number 218575. Is that you? Okay, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Schlein, but before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney? Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet? Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is information the board can use prior to making their decision. So right now we have 7 allegations, but I am going to take judicial notice of some cases. So case number 241501847, obstruction of justice, attached to allegation 1, failure to comply with duties at vehicle accident, attached to allegation 3. It looks like you received 364 days suspended sentence on this one. And then the other one is case number 241501896, theft, 3rd degree felony attached to allegation 7. Burglary of a vehicle, class A misdemeanor, was dismissed without prejudice. That's attached to allegation 5. And on January 14th, 2025, you received a 0 to 5 year prison sentence that was suspended. Currently, we do have those 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. We'd like to amend the allegations to match what happened in court. So that sounds like we will be striking number 5. As to the other, and then he'll admit to the ones that he pled guilty to. As to the remaining allegations, which are 2 and 4, he will admit to those.
Okay. APMP, what do you want to do with allegations 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7?
Allegation one, was that dismissed?
Obstruction, let me look. He was found, the last thing I have in the docket is not guilty. Which is weird because then he did receive a sentence for it.
I wonder if that's a typo, because then down below it does say to both charges that he pled guilty. Sir, did you plead guilty to the obstruction of justice?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I mean, if he pled guilty, then we'll just go as it stands. I mean,
Okay.
there's no reason to amend it if he pled guilty to those charges.
That's
so.
right. That's right. And let me just double check the plea form, just one moment.
Okay.
It is on the plea form.
Mm.
Thank you.
Okay, so that one, he pled guilty to?
He did.
Okay, so, if it's attached to allegation one, do you want me to change that plea?
Yes, to and admit, yes.
Okay, so how about allegation number 3, APMP?
Was that also pled to? I thought 5 was the only one that got dismissed.
That's right. He did also plead to allegation number 3.
Oh, okay.
We had admitted that one. Sorry, I was probably very I wasn't very clear, it sounds like. So no, it's just number 5 we're asking to strike.
Oh, okay. Sorry, maybe I'm 30 seconds behind you guys. All right.
No problem.
So APMP, you're fine with number 5 then, right?
Number 5 being stricken, yes, it's fine.
Okay. So, sir, based off of the new convictions and your admissions to the allegations remaining, I am going to recommend that the board revoke your August 29th, 2023 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. What Mr. Blackwell is asking for is 6 months with credit for the 5 months he has served and another opportunity at parole. This last parole was his longest time out at 15 months, and things were going pretty well. He had a good job. He bought a car. He was in the process of putting his life together and taking care of things. But unfortunately, then this happened. So he hopes to be able to return to it just as soon as possible. He still has his job. He has a lot of potential and a lot of great things waiting for him. He still has the same address with his mom in St. George. He has a job, still has his job, which was at Southern Utah Removal, doing landscaping work, where he drives trucks. He has a vehicle still. He can return to do treatment at Southwest Behavioral. And he plans to return to school to get his degree in diesel mechanics at Dixie College. He's also signed up for an apprenticeship for welding, and he's getting his CDL. So he is doing a lot of things, has a lot of good plans.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you. Oh, hold on. We lost you. We don't have any audio. Yeah, we still can't hear you. No. APMP, do you want to maybe call in? I'll have the officers send the number down to you on the chat. Oh, it looks like you might have it. All right, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I need to turn my speakers down so you don't get blasted. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, I appreciate Mr. Blackwell.
Oh, but you're echoing. Hold on one sec. Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. He initially was doing well on parole. He started to stagnate and was eventually released from the TRC treatment center here in Hurricane and was required to get treatment outside because he could no longer comply with our treatment program. And he failed to do that as well. So the longer that went, the more at risk he became. And then he started using meth. So yes, he was in compliance for a period of time until he wasn't. This is his 5th parole. He understands the requirements of parole. It's not new for him. We sometimes have issues with his mother and the residence that he's in. Not that he wouldn't be allowed to live there again, but based on his behavior and new criminal charges and continued drug use and being his 5th parole, we're going to request a termination. I know his termination date is August 28th of 26, and his top is 2031. I think if he does just a little bit more time and the board chooses to release him, he can get all of that stuff done that he wants to on his own.
Okay, got it. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, so we're gonna go over these allegations and I want to hear what you've got to say. So number 1 was the new conviction for obstruction of justice and the other charge. Let's see. And the failure to comply at an accident. What happened?
I just started going downwards. I was on track. Everything was going good for me, and I just had a couple minor setbacks to result me violating my parole, resulting me to come back to prison.
Okay, but what happened in this accident? Was it an accident that happened? And then,
Yes, it was
okay.
stolen.
Okay. And then we have number 2 is using meth. So in the jail, you were positive for recent meth use. So how long, you said you started going downhill. How long were you using before your arrest?
Not long at all. Honestly, I only used like once before that I ended up in jail.
Okay.
And that was just, one of my relatives just passed away, and then I got put in a situation where it was just right there in front of me, and I was already going through some trauma, and I just said, I went with it.
Okay. And then number 4 is failure to complete treatment. You were removed from Hurricane TRC for failure to comply. And you were given time to get into another program, but didn't provide proof to APMP. So did you get into programming?
Absolutely, I did. I got signed up for Southwest behaviorals, and literally that next Monday, like, so I came in on the 19th or the 20th, and that was like, I believe, the weekend. So the next following Monday, I was supposed to go into treatment.
Oh, and that's when you were arrested, right? Okay. And then we have a new conviction for the criminal trespass Tell me what happened there. It's the criminal trespass and then also the theft.
Yes, so I went to purchase a car jack because I had a flat tire and I just went about it the wrong way because they were closed. So I just went and looked for one myself.
And took it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so during this parole, how do you think you did? You said you were doing really well, but I have a stack of misdemeanor cases here too that the board doesn't have jurisdiction on, but it does kind of show this parole you've had 4 cases. So what's going on? Like, you're not doing perfect because you have these new cases going on.
It's not very perfect, but I'm definitely making progress and I'm definitely doing better. But just me coming back this time and seeing how like the prison system is like right now, it's terrible and there's no good coming from me being in here. So it's just I got this time just to think about and just to come back and just do better. And that's my whole objective.
Okay, and it sounds like you do have a lot of plans. Make sure you don't get overwhelmed though, because you have a lot. So it looks like you're going to go back to school, do the internship, have the same job, all of that stuff. So it looks like this was your 3rd of 4 paroles. You do have that expiration date in 2031. You had 7 rims for drug or alcohol use, this parole. But I will note that you completed the Captain Your Story since you've been back waiting to see us. So what did you learn in that program?
I've learned actually quite a bit. Just to really like make short-term, long-term goals and to be like, you know, use your confidence and just stay focused and stuff like that.
Okay. How are you going to stay away from drugs if you're released?
I got a lot of good things for me
Okay.
set out. So it's just, I'm going to be super busy. I have no downtime really.
Okay.
So, between school, work, stay away from everything.
And, you know, it's stressful, especially school and work. So how are you going to avoid just kind of like checking out and going back to using? Because of stress.
Get myself in some sort of like therapy. Like therapy, but that's going to be provided with Southwest through my classes that I'm taking there. So
Okay. So you plan on going back there?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And you heard APMP, he's recommending a termination. So considering the number of paroles in this 2031 expiration date, why should the board grant you a release at this time?
I feel like I got it this time. I was out for a significant time, checking in every single month on time. I just had a minor setback, came back, got my mind correct. And it's just, I don't want to live this life anymore. I'm putting this life behind me once and for all.
All right. And your attorney said that you do have a job waiting for you. And you're going to live with your mother, right? Okay. And have you reached out to mental health since you've been back?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And how do you think your mental health is right now?
I feel like it's really good. It's better.
Okay.
Taking it one day at a time.
And then, are you on any medication?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you have any physical issues that you want the board to be aware of?
Negative.
Okay. And what about your gang status?
I'm modified.
Modified, okay.
And that's another reason, like, this setting is not anything good. Nothing good coming from it.
Do you plan on associating when you get out?
Gang?
Mhm.
Negative. Absolutely not.
All right. Is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you want the board to know?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I feel like we covered everything.
All right. So, Your attorney's recommending release after 6 months. APMP's recommending that termination. So what I'm going to do is take everything we discussed, the 2 recommendations, the new convictions, submit it to the board. In about 30 days, you'll find out their decision. It'll come in inmate mail. Both of them will give you the release date. If you are released on parole, just pay attention to those parole conditions because that would be included as well, okay? All right, at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you. Have a good day. Thanks, APMP. I don't know why for the last 20 years,
On record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Bryant Robert Mitchell, center number 83270. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir, it's me.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Josh Barrett from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Barrett, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Mitchell, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
2 days ago, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. So, Kate, it looks like the board conducted a PD hearing back in June, continued it pending case number 241100171. In that case, it looks like you pled guilty to assault as a Class B misdemeanor, and aggravated burglary and property damage destruction were both dismissed. So I will amend allegation 2 from assault with substantial bodily injury as a Class A to assault as a Class B. Take judicial notice of that new conviction. Do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations. And so with that amendment, we will also admit number 2, and then we're making a motion to strike 1, 3, and 4 as those were dismissed for that plea.
All right. Agent Barrett, what do you want to do with allegations 1, 3, and 4?
Yeah, we can go ahead and dismiss those. That's fine.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Conyers indicated you'd be willing to admit allegation 2 as amended today. Is this correct?
I don't understand. You said admit to what?
Admit to allegation number 2?
Oh, the assault? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Before I accept this admission, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to allegation number 2, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept your admission to allegation number 2. Recommend the board revoke your January 16th of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. He is asking, Mr. Mitchell is asking for credit for the 9 months he's been in custody and in effect an immediate release. He is still working on finalizing some plans. He has a brother and a sister who he may be able to live with either one of them. They're both in Davis County. He's still just finalizing that. He's also finalizing employment plans, but he was doing sanitation work at Smith's Bakery and was also has done construction before. So he thinks he could do maybe one of those. He doesn't feel like he needs much treatment because he doesn't use any longer, but he seems open to whatever APMP wants him to be doing. His main goals are to stay sober and hold down a job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Baird, what's your recommendation?
So he was using when he was out this last time, so we would just like to hold that recommendation of treatment, and we would also see if we can impose something to where he can get into it a little quicker than last time, because he was out for about 3 months and still wasn't involved in any treatment.
Okay. Do you have a length of incarceration you want to recommend?
I'm okay with the credit for time served.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP.
Okay.
Tell me what happened on this parole.
I was getting enrolled in classes, and then I got some inheritance money that was handed down to me from my parents' death, and then I got robbed at gunpoint for it all. So it was unfortunate, but
okay.
That's what the assault came from, as I was defending myself after getting robbed, at gunpoint by these guys.
So these individuals robbed you at gunpoint?
Yes, sir.
When did they rob you allegedly?
May 13th.
So instead of calling the police, you decided to go to their house?
No, I was called over there and they set me up to rob me because she knew I had the money on me. I couldn't get a bank account opened up because I had temporary ID. It wasn't a hard copy ID. It was just a prison ID. So I had to have the money on me in cash. And our toxic relationship went, we would argue a lot. We was fighting a little bit. And so she had me set up to get robbed for the money that she knew I had on me, on my person.
How much was it?
There was $5,000 cash left on me.
So you said it was a toxic relationship. Why'd you go over there then?
She invited me over. She said to come over for dinner. But it turned out that after dinner, her friends started showing up. I only recognized one out of the four. And then they just started jumping me and robbing me. I thought she was just going to call me over to have dinner, but it was more than that. She knew how much money I had on me.
Okay. How did she know you had the money? She had the money on you.
What's that?
How did she know you had money on you?
She's the one that took me to go see my brother to pick it up. My brother Craig.
Okay.
He's the one that gave it to me after I got out of prison.
Were they ever charged with anything?
No, sir. I didn't say anything at the scene of the crime because I'm a gang member and I don't want to be a snitch. That'd be bad for me if I, you know what I mean?
So you'd rather lose $5,000?
Well, it's just something that and here to be known as a snitch would be, a lot to deal with, You don't want to be known as, you don't want to snitch. That's putting a target on your head,
I mean, obviously I'm not a gang member.
I gotta live in here,
$5,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes.
somebody robs me of $5,000, I'm telling somebody.
Yeah, I'm pretty upset about it, but
Right.
but that's where the assault came from, is I was defending myself when they was attacking me.
Okay. So hypothetically, you get released from prison. What's going to happen? You see this individual in the community, what's going to happen?
Nothing, because I don't want to come back to prison.
Okay. I mean, I have another question for you. You mentioned the gang life is obviously.
Yes, it's,
Isn't one of the codes of the gang life some retribution needs to occur?
well, yeah, it's optional if it's up to me, you know, it happened to me. It's not mandatory or nothing, but it's, you know, yeah, I'm pretty upset about it, but at the same time, I choose to, you know, it's not worth it to me, you know what I mean? To get in any more trouble over it. So I just chalk it up as a loss and move on, you know?
What if a shot caller tells you something does have to happen?
I don't listen to nobody. I'm my own man.
Okay. All right. Tell me about your drug use while you were on parole. Did you use any?
I slipped up here a little bit here and there. I was smoking a little bit of methamphetamines, yes.
How many times did you smoke?
Occasionally, a few times.
Okay.
Times here and there.
Were you under the influence when you got arrested?
Yes, sir.
Are you still affiliated?
Yeah, what, excuse me?
Are you still affiliated?
Yes, I'm SAC.
Good. Are you active?
Yes, sir.
Now I see your face is covered in tattoos. What is the one, it looks a lot newer, it's right on your forehead below the sack tattoo. What does that say?
That's my moniker. That's my nickname. It says Lowdown.
Lowdown?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's your moniker?
Moniker, yes.
Okay, all right. It just looks a lot newer than the other ones. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I had it gone over because it was fading. The sun was fading it.
Okay. How's your mental health?
I enjoy artwork, so I want to become a tattoo artist. My mental health, it's good.
Okay. You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
No, sir.
Do you take any medications?
No, sir.
How's your physical health?
It's good.
Are you doing any programming right now?
I've just been sitting in limbo a little bit because I've not known what's going on with my situation with all my court. But once I got my court adjudicated, then I was going to get into some. I've completed a lot of the stuff that's I've completed MRT and I completed Conquest and I got my high school diploma, and I've done a lot of things that's been asked of me in the past. So
okay,
tackled all the life skills classes and.
Okay. Now, Ms. Conyers indicated you'd be willing to go live with a brother and sister in Davis County. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what city in Davis County?
My sister lives in Clinton and my brother lives in Layton.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Should be it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mitchell, here's what will happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Excuse me. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through in-mail mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Hey, thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Agent Regrudo, are you ready to go? There he is.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher James Farmer, offender number 182341. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm the hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kay Conyers, and Agent Stephen Regrudo from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Regrudo, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Honor.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Farmer, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you also have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Kate, Mr. Farmer does have a pending case number 251700010. In that, he's been charged with possession of controlled substances, Class A misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia is a Class B misdemeanor. Date of offense was December 15th of 2024. This case is set for a waiver hearing on March 3rd of 2025. You waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive reading of the allegations. We'll enter denials at this time and we'll make a motion to continue for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Farmer, here's what will happen going. I'll enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this court case to be resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Absolutely, I will. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I do have a question for you. You got a copy of the warrant request, correct?
Yes, I have gotten one. I don't have it with me though.
Right, okay. In their report, APMP made a statement that you tried to, you had allegedly attempted to cut off your penis and were hospitalized for a few weeks. Was that on this parole attempt?
That wasn't, well, it wasn't right now, no. I mean, it has happened, yes.
Okay. All right. When did that happen? Do you know?
I don't remember the exact date, Your Honor.
Okay. Was it this year though? Or last year?
Yeah, it was last year, I believe.
Okay. Right, okay. The reason why I'm asking is because my thought is, I'm not sure if the board will go along with this, but given that incident, I think the board might want to know about some possible mental health issues. And so they might order what's called a mental health evaluation. And that'll give the board more information on making a good decision for you, okay? It would also speed up the process.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have pursued mental health treatment before in the past as well. And it's mostly whenever I'm under the influence of methamphetamines is what it's been.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But yeah, I've been pursuing drug treatment as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That'll help. Like I said, I'll talk to the board about it if they order it. I just don't want you to be surprised about that, okay?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Farmer?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so just let the board know once that case is resolved, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing. Thanks for bringing it up.
On record.
This is a parole violation, or this is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tom Ray Hatch under number 246781. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dustin Anderson from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Anderson, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Hatch, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I just was told that, that I had the hearing. Yeah, I got a notice.
Okay. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hatch does have a pending case number 241700451. In that, he's been charged with possession of a controlled substance, a third-degree felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor. Date of offense was December 11th, 2024, and this case is set for a waiver hearing on March 17th of 2025. Do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading of the allegations, and we would like to enter denials at this time. He believes that he can wrap this up on March 17th at his next court date. So he's asking to see if we can continue just for 30 days.
All right, we can do that. So, right, Mr. Hatch, I'll enter denials to all the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this court case to be resolved. If that case is resolved on March 17th, will you please write a letter to the board, letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll get you back on a calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Not a problem, sir.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll conclude this hearing.
Okay.
Dustin, always a pleasure to see your smiling face.
You're welcome. Take care.
I'm supposed to remind the my attorney about the MRT records.
What do you mean, sir?
Remember when I talked to you, I told you that I did my MRT through Four Corners Behavioral Health
Yeah.
and I didn't get credit for it.
Oh, yes. Yes. So that is something I think this hearing has ended, so I don't know if we can bring that up now. It's just something to go into your packet, to correct the packet. So if you'll make sure to bring that up, that's fine. So, sir, make sure that we discuss that at the next time you see me, okay? Which hopefully will be in about a month to a month and a half.
All right.
Okay.
I'll
thanks,
make
sir.
a note of it too, just in case.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hopefully somebody.
Thank you. Because I completed it through Four Corners Behavioral Health in Price, Utah. My therapist was Joshua Emmett. He's the one that gave me my certificate.
Right.
Do you have a copy of that certificate, Mr. Hatch?
I don't have one on me. I've been trying to I've written 3 different letters to Four Corners to try to get them to send you guys a copy. But I have a copy. I just don't have it with me.
Okay.
But they keep the records for 5 years, so, and I completed it last year.
Okay, thanks.
Well, let me see if we have it real quick, Kate.
Thanks.
Let's see here. For completing MRT. Yeah, we have a copy of it.
Oh, great.
It doesn't say who it's from. It just says the completed MRT.
Perfect.
So.
Perfect. Well, then that's taken care of. Thank you.
Looks like we got a few minutes.
About 10 minutes. Yep.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Dominic Worley, offender number 253878. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Brady McDonald from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent McDonald, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Worley, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did not receive written notice, but I knew of the hearing in advance, sir.
Okay. You're entitled to at least 7 days written notice. Given that we are going to continue this hearing anyways, are you willing to waive that written notice?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. So Kate, Mr. Worley does have two pending cases. The first case is case number 241000415. In that he was charged with possession of marijuana or spice, Class B misdemeanor, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, speeding, no valid license, and no proof of infraction or insurance. All of those were infractions. This case was addressed via rim sanction, so it's not associated with any allegations. The case number 241901280. In that he's been charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor, operating a vehicle without insurance, Class C misdemeanor, card holder smoking cannabis, medical cannabis card holder, card label container violation, speeding, no valid license, and location of plates, all infractions. Date of offense was December 6th of 2024. This case is set for a bench trial on May 12th of 2025. Excuse me. Do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
No, sir.
Hang on.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
And sir, I'll speak on your behalf if that's okay. After speaking with you, I know what you want to do, which is we'll enter denials at this time. We will waive reading, we'll enter denials and ask to continue this for, we discussed 90 days.
Okay. All right. And I should note that it looks like there was a warrant issued in that first case.
Okay. I think
Most
I
likely.
emailed about it already, but
I was gonna say, I emailed the prison too to make sure that they get a court date scheduled for him on that. That way it doesn't hold up anything.
perfect.
I emailed Lehigh City as well, and spoke to them on the phone that he was incarcerated, and that's why he did not appear to that hearing.
So hopefully they figure out that he's in prison and they get a court date for him. All right, Mr. Worley, here's what'll happen is I'll enter denials to the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PD paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this court case to be resolved. Once this case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved? Then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Yes.
Do you have any
Your Honor.
questions for me, sir?
If my case is dismissed, what would happen then, sir?
If it's dismissed, the board will conduct another hearing and then we'll address the allegations at that time, okay? Even if the case is dismissed in court, APMP is not required to dismiss them as allegations because the standard of proof is much lower, so they could still allege them as parole violations, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, anything else, Mr. Worley?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll conclude this hearing then. Thank you, sir.
Hey, I've got one quick question. You said that court hearing, you said May 12th. I was tracking March 12th.
No, I just.
Yeah, I said May 12th because that's when the bench trial is scheduled.
It's for not till May 12th?
That's right.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. That's a long ways out.
It is a long ways
So,
out.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll conclude this hearing then. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
On record. This is a time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jason Earl Lutu, offender number 253225. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Matthew Jensen from AT&T on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Who you talking to me?
Yeah, you too, Mr. Lutu.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lutu, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Kate, Mr. Lutu does have a couple pending cases. First case is case number 251000044. He's been charged with contacting a domestic violence victim from custody as a Class B misdemeanor. And then he's been charged in case number 241000554. Now he's been charged with property damage, destruction, 3 counts, I believe, of that, all Class B misdemeanors, and then 3 counts of domestic violence in the presence of a child, all Class B misdemeanors. Both these cases are set for a pretrial conference on March 24th of 2025. You waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading, and at this time we'll enter denials and then make a motion to continue for 90 days.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Lutu, here's what will happen is I'll enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow these cases to be resolved. Once these cases are resolved, will you please write a letter to the board, and then we'll get you back on the calendar as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
So when do I write to the board? Will I be?
As soon as these cases are resolved.
Will I receive a notification that they're resolved, or how would I know?
Oh, yeah, because you're going to go to court on March 24th.
Okay. So court.
And then if you plead guilty or if the charges are dismissed, whatever happens, right? As long as they don't schedule another court date in both of those cases, then write a letter to the board and then we'll put you back on the calendar, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you have anything else, sir?
No.
All right. We'll conclude this hearing. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. See you, Jason.
Thanks, Jensen.
See you, Ray.
See ya.
Are we on?
On record. This is time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Frederick Joseph Termatoto, offender number 57214. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dan Jorgensen from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll take testimony from both you and Agent Jorgensen. So I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Termatoto, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Pardon me?
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers on Monday?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, APMP has 2 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive reading of the allegations and we'll admit to both of them.
Excuse me. All right, Mr. Termatoto, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to both allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to both allegations. Recommend the board revoke your August 18th of 2020 parole. And I will turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What he is asking for is another opportunity at parole if that's one that would be offered to him with after basically 90 days and credit for the about 90 days he has served. One thing, when he was on parole this last time, he committed no new crimes. There was no drug use. He was looking for an apartment and he was working with skilled staffing, Elwood on a road crew. So he's doing well and seems like he can just kind of go back to what he was doing if given that opportunity. Another thing that he wanted to discuss is whether his expiration date is calculated correctly.
We can discuss that.
Yeah, he already.
I anticipated this one.
Okay, great. Well, then I'll leave that to you.
Okay, thank you. So 90 and another parole?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Hey, Jorgensen, what's your recommendation?
Thank you. I spoke with Agent Bond right before he left. He wants the board to understand that being successful at avoiding supervision and accountability for 4 years in no mitigating circumstance. To point out the fact that Mr. Termatoto, when he was picked up, apparently, stated that he'd served his time. He doesn't think his parole requirements are legal, and he feels like he should be done. So we would just like to flat out ask him, is he willing to check in monthly and to abide by supervision conditions for roughly 7 years, which is what he would be facing. So is it okay to get a response to that, Mr. Termatoto?
I mean, I'm okay with it because I was going to ask that question myself. If the board grants you another parole, Mr. Termatoto, are you willing to abide by parole conditions?
Yes, sir. I have no difficulty in abiding by the conditions.
Okay. Including reporting to APMP.
Those are, yes, sir. That is.
Okay, good. Okay. Now, Ms. Conyers mentioned it, and I unfortunately cut her off about your expiration date. Because I did note that you wrote a few letters to the board claiming that you had an expiration date in June of 2019.
That is correct, sir.
So in researching this, the judgment and commitment on this homicide case clearly says your sentence is 5 years to life.
Yes, sir.
It also says on every board document that I could find both electronic and paper, that the expiration date was life until 2012, in which then UDC and the board changed their software program. Then that's when the 2089 expiration date came into play instead of life. Okay. Additionally, hang on. Additionally, I also noted that you filed a Rule 22 motion with the court back in 2019, and in that the judge noted in their decision that the court was unable to locate any statutory definition of life being 30 years or any other limitation to the board's discretion for incarceration length. You then argued the board decision violated Utah Statute 76-3-410 subsection 6. And the court noted that that does not violate it because the 30-year limit does not apply if an offense for which the defendant is sentenced authorizes the death penalty or a maximum sentence of life in prison.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So then what is your argument that the expiration date is incorrect?
I received the board packet in 1993. And that board packet has the same expiration date here, except it's 6/19/2019, precisely 30 years from my sentence. The calculation that you just read, that unless it is a life without parole or a life sentence, that is for capital offenses. I'm here on the second-degree homicide, not a first-degree criminal homicide here. It's second-degree criminal homicide. That does not carry a life. Yes, well, but it did say.
Here's what I want to tell you. I understand that. I'm going to stop you right there. I don't mean to cut you off.
Well,
okay, but then here's what I'm going to tell you. Is that the official court document that sentenced you to prison was clearly marked 5 to life.
Yes.
If you disagree with that, you need to address that with the court. The board is not going to change that sentence because the official sentencing document they received stated 5 years to life.
Yes, sir. And
someone
has explained to me here this legislative date, and I see it on here, and I didn't even know that that existed. It's something new. And having understood that, okay. Yes, the board packet did say June 19th, 2019, and that was then. I know it says 89 now. Since I was sentenced before this law came into effect, I was arguing, I don't know how that could affect me, but was this a legislative date? I can accept that. Mr. The parole man there said 7 years on parole. That's yes, sir, I can do that. And
okay. So the legislative date for the 7 years is based on the criminal homicide. Okay, that's the statutory length of parole for somebody who is on parole for a criminal homicide or murder charge.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That will change. I know that it is listed on there. However, that will change based upon your new release date if the board decides to release you again. Okay.
What will change?
The legislative date.
Oh.
Okay. Tell me what date it is right now that you have on the paperwork.
This says 8/17/34.
Okay. So, yes, that was based upon your previous release date of August 18th of 2020. Okay.
That was based upon my original conviction date of 89.
No, the statutory legislative date is based upon your release date from prison, i.e. your parole date.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's not based upon your conviction date or your sentencing date. Okay, that's based upon when you were released from prison.
All right. I didn't know that, but okay. Thank you, sir.
I hope I explained it to you, right? Because you were released on August 18th of 2020. Is that correct? Because that's what we have. You were released on parole on August 18th of 2020.
Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir.
Correct? Okay, so parole for an individual who is convicted of criminal homicide is 14 years.
Oh,
So 14 years
So-
from August 18th of 2020 is August 17th of 2034. That's the legislative date.
oh, I thought you just said it was 7 years.
Well, sorry, I did confuse him. The early termination date would then be half of that, which would be 7 years.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry for that confusion.
Right.
Okay, so if the board grants you another release date, let's say, for instance, I'm not saying obviously it's passed, of July 1st of 2025, then your legislative date would be 14 years after that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then your early termination date would be 7 years
Half,
after your
half,
release date.
yeah.
Right, half of that, correct.
All right.
Does that make sense, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so if you do, like I said, if you have an issue with your expiration date, please address that with the courts because, excuse me, they are the ones who send the judgment and commitment, which is the official sentencing document. That was marked 5 years to life. So they would need to change that in order for your expiration date to be changed with the board, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, tell me what you were doing for 4 years.
Well, working, I was for 2 years, I had to take care of my fiance and, some people in our neighborhood for the COVID. My fiance actually perished at one point, but was resuscitated from COVID. And, being a first responder, I naturally am responding to the people around me and taking care of, just being medical personnel.
Okay.
But other than that, just living life. I wasn't hiding. I used my ID all over town. It was somewhat surprising that showing my ID at the track stations brought me here. I wasn't aware that there was. But, and I just really lost track of time.
When you say you were a first responder, did you have any sort of certification?
I was in the U.S. Air Force. It was a long time ago. I'm sure any certification I had then is no longer valid, but the training you never forget.
Right, okay. So it wasn't like you were
employed in that?
An EMT or a paramedic or?
Just in the military, sir.
Okay, all right, okay.
I have to recertify to do that again.
Right.
But in this case, my fiance was sick, I had to get her to the hospital and I had to take, matters in my own hands until,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. Did you use any drugs while you were gone?
No, I'm not an advocate for drug use while other people are. I'm not a drinker, though I am religious, so I drink wine now and then, but not as inebriating material.
Okay. Because I have it listed that you tested positive for marijuana and amphetamines when you were arrested,
When I was arrested.
or shortly thereafter?
There may have been marijuana. My fiance was a medical card, but methamphetamine, no, sir.
Okay.
I mean,
It
I've been around.
wasn't meth, it was just amphetamine.
I didn't know there was a difference, sir.
Do you take Adderall or anything like
I
that?
have, yes, sir.
That's probably why then.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
I have not, no, sir.
Okay. All right. How's your mental health?
My mental health is good.
You ever been diagnosed with any issues?
I think they said depression when I was here before. That was a while ago. As far as living normal life, I'm fairly normal, I would hope.
Now, I mentioned Adderall. Do you take Adderall?
Yes, sir, I have. And I was on God, my mind just went blank.
That's okay. What do you take the Adderall for?
I was taking, I'm trying to think of the name of them. I was prescribed Adderall after, I can't even think. I had two other medications. I left here with a prison with them and carried that prescription on for maybe a year. And then, moved to Adderall. And then I did nothing for maybe 2 years. And then, this last year, I revisited Adderall, and I don't know why I cannot think of the 2 meds that I was on.
Oh, that's okay. I mean,
But
most of those
it's a whole page of my mind.
most of those medications have difficult names. Other than depression, have you ever been diagnosed with any other issues?
Other than depression? Well, no, sir.
Why
A
do you
little
take
bit,
Adderall?
they wanted to say ADHD. I had trouble sitting still for a while.
Okay.
Just overexcitement, but that's what the Adderall was.
That's probably, okay. How's your physical health?
My physical health is okay. I had a hernia, still have the hernia, but we're working on that.
Good. And it looks like you just started anger management and unlock your thinking, open mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Where are you gonna live once you're released?
I was asking for Provo.
You want to go to Provo?
Well, we were living in Springville, but we've since lost our apartment there. But
okay,
the church, they said that they have a place in Provo, so I would, okay, that's.
Okay. Is your fiance gonna live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can work through a temp agency, Elwood Staffing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the board grants you another parole, you're gonna comply with all parole conditions?
I am, sir.
Okay. That includes reporting?
Of course, sir. Yes, sir. I realize that's for.
And updating your residence with AP&P?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Well, I'm doing well, sir. I may be Origin, these tablet people. I've spoken with them a little. They said with my history, I may be someone that they could talk to with being a positive influence for other inmates since I've done so much time and am making a positive re-entry into society. I'll be looking into something like that.
All right. Okay, Mr. Termatoto, here's what will happen going forward. Is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
All right. Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
My mind is still blank, sir. No, not at the moment.
That's fine.
But no, we pretty well answered most everything. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll conclude this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Termatoto.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
I understand the confusion, but.
Ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
On record.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for James McCartney Hamilton, offender number 87426. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm the hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Justin Shalin from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. For the record, Agent Shalin was sworn in a previous hearing, and he is still under oath. Mr. Hamilton, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hamilton does have a pending case, case number 245714038. In that, he pled guilty to driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, a Class B misdemeanor, and failure to stay in one lane is an infraction. He is scheduled for sentencing on that case tomorrow. So did you know that, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So with that, I'll take judicial notice of those 2 convictions. I will attach them to allegations 1 and 2. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading and we'll enter no contest on 1 and 2, and then admit on 3 and 4.
And I have a 5th allegation as well.
Oh. Did I miss 5? Oh, yes, sorry. Admit on on 5 as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hamilton, Ms. Conyers indicated you'd be willing to plead no contest to allegations 1 and 2 and admit to allegations 3, 4, and 5 today. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept these, please, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state will need to prove the allegations against you by preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you. We'd be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If we enter these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept your pleas. Recommend the board revoke your October 3rd of 2023 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What he's asking for is 180 days with the 2.5 months that he's about served for credit, and then another opportunity at parole. He does recognize that despite him completing a treatment program, that he does need more treatment, as evidenced by these allegations here. He's asking, however, that it not be at a residential treatment program. He'd like to do an IOP, intensive outpatient treatment program. He's already completed the program at High Desert and believes that he can return back there for an IOP program. And what he'd like to do is live with his mom, who lives near High Desert, and then do that program there. He also believes that he can return to work at RS Polls. So that his main priority is his sobriety, and then also being there for his kids.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Shalin, what's your recommendation? Hang on, we can't hear you. I don't know if your microphone changed or.
Gonna have to call in.
Okay.
Shalin. This is Shalin. Call in for the hearing.
We can barely hear you through the computer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thanks. Okay, so you can hear me now through the microphone of the computer.
Yeah.
Okay, great. James and I go way back. Not quite as far back as his criminal history. Obviously, Unfortunately, James has been in our system since 1996. And this is his fourth parole on these cases. James was living with his mother at the time that he committed the new offense. He had completed treatment and relapsed and had sort of wanted to get back into treatment, but not really making an effort to do so, shall we say. Until he fell off and basically got caught with his DUI, which sent him back. But due to his criminal history, the board felt it was a public safety risk and issued that as part of his board warrant.
Right.
I fully expect Mr. Hamilton's going to parole again. I am requesting anywhere between 190 days, 9 months, six to 9 months on a violation. He's been in since December-ish, middle of December, something like that, right in there. I want to say like the 12th of December is when he was arrested.
I have the second, yeah, December 2nd.
Okay. James has been through every treatment program that there is. He could probably teach it, and he knows it. He knows that he does need treatment as part of his recovery. But he's got to give himself up to treatment all the way. He can't just pretend anymore. He needs to be done. He needs to be done for his kids, for his mom, for his life, and moves forward with something different. I don't know, like I said, based on his criminal history, if he sees anything different. He may want to, but I don't know if he sees that and what that would really take. And that's kind of the issue that we've been dealing with on parole, on the several paroles that we've had, is he sees it for a little bit and then it goes away. And then it's unattainable, and then he gets stressed, and then he just goes back to what he knows. And unfortunately, he's been in the system so long that that's what takes over. Instead of the life that he's building and working towards, it reverts back to essentially what he knows. And that's the frustrating part for us, is that I can't continue to supervise that. I can't correct it. There's no sanction or behavior modification that I can show him, guide him, lead him to, that doesn't result in a revocation and right back in prison again for however long, and then we're right back to it again. And you know, like I said, he's been doing this since '96. He's not a spring chicken to this in any regard. And I've personally dealt with James since I got here in 2008 myself. So I do expect him to parole again, but something's got to change. It's just got to change, James. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Justin. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, we've heard from your attorney for PAP, and I mean, yeah, I look and you basically started right out of high school, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're younger than I am, and so, and I see this, and I think Adrian Shalin might be correct, is you've got to want this. So how does the board and how does APMP help you want to stop using drugs?
I can kind of agree with some of the stuff that Shalin has said. I do want it. I think instead of doing the IOP, I can go into the residential and start from there.
Okay.
I think if I was given another chance on parole, I would like to do more, you know, like where the agent's kind of on me a little bit more. You know what I mean? Instead of giving checking in once a month where it gives me this little break and I just kind of slack a little bit.
Okay. So would that include a halfway house?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. I mean, I'm glad you recognize that. I don't have what's called an ASAM assessment for you. So I don't know what level of treatment they would recommend. But looking at your history, it kind of looks like ARSA, what's residential, is probably best in your case.
Yes, and I'm okay with that.
Okay. Good. I know you want it, and Ms. Conyers mentioned it, and Agent Shalin also mentioned it, to do this for your family, for your kids, for your wife. And here's my advice to you, Mr. Hamilton, is you gotta want to do it for yourself.
Yes.
Good. Until you internalize everything you've been taught, all the tools you've been given, all the programs you've been through, being there for your kids and for your wife isn't going to work, right? It clearly hasn't worked yet. So you're going to have to do it for yourself, because you can't be a dad. You cannot be a husband. You can't be a brother or sister or a son to your parents or a friend until you take care of yourself.
Yes.
Right? I know your family wants you to be there, but they don't want you to be there if you're using drugs. Okay? That puts stress on them.
Yes.
They don't want that. They don't deserve that. You don't want that. You don't deserve that. Okay? So I hope that you take this to heart, Mr. Hamilton. Okay?
Yes.
It's time for you to be selfish.
Yes.
I know it goes against everything you're taught as a husband and as a dad, but it's time.
Yes.
Okay, you coming in and out of prison doesn't do anybody any good. Okay?
Yes.
And this was your 4th attempt on this parole. I'm not sure how many more attempts the board's going to be willing to give you. Okay?
Right.
Especially if you use drugs. Using drugs is one thing. Using drugs and going out and operating a vehicle is an entirely different thing.
Yes.
Okay. What did you use?
Fentanyl and meth.
How often did you use?
It started out like a couple months before my arrest, where it was just maybe once a week, and then it kind of went into every other day.
Okay. How much were you using?
Considering that I was clean for over a year, it didn't take much, but I kind of noticed that it started getting up there a little bit.
Okay. Did you know you were using fentanyl?
What's that?
Did you know you were using fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you bring it home?
No.
Did you use it anywhere your kids had access to it?
No.
In your vehicle?
No.
Did you leave anything in your pocket?
No.
Did you know the chances of a child overdosing even accidentally on fentanyl is extremely high, right?
Yes.
Is that something you want?
No.
Okay. How old are your kids?
11 and 12.
And I can't imagine having a funeral for an 11 or a 12-year-old.
No.
I don't want that to happen to you.
I don't either.
I don't want that to happen to your family.
I don't either.
And you're in Hickory because you have an SL4?
Yes.
How's your mental health?
I mean, I'm normal, but I just go through a lot of depression.
Okay. You've been officially diagnosed with depression?
Yes.
Okay. You take any medications?
So as of right now, I'm on a couple medications for a mood stabilizer, and then anxiety.
Do you know the name of those?
Triliptol.
Okay.
And then propanol.
Okay. How are those working for you?
They're okay. I find myself kind of pacing on myself and just being worried about everything that's beyond my control.
All right. How's your physical health?
I'm getting old, but I think I'm okay.
All right. You know, you said you worry about things that are beyond your control. I'm about your age. Took me a while to learn this. You want a piece of advice?
Yes.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Here's one thing. It's a quote from a movie. I'm not going to say which movie, but if it's out of your control, and this was the character said, is worrying is a lot like a rocking chair. It'll give you something to do, but it doesn't accomplish much.
Yes.
Especially if it's out of your control, right?
Yes.
Looks like you have one pending disciplinary write-up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the IDHO?
No.
Okay. We're not going to talk about it because we want you to see the IDHO before
Okay.
we discuss that. Okay. You said you were willing to do a halfway house treatment program. If that's not ordered, you said you could reside with your mom?
Yes.
In what city does she live in?
St. George.
Okay. And then go work at RS Poles?
Yes.
What type of employment is that?
They do like the telephone poles, but the steel ones.
Okay, okay. Is that just installing or manufacturing those?
Manufacturing.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
What's that?
Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
I mean, I think I did good on my last parole. I was out for like a little over a year.
Yeah.
Completed treatment. Towards the end, I did recognize, I did have an issue. I didn't fully put myself, into treatment where I to get back in and really help myself. I kind of just let it go until I ended up with this DUI. But I'm done with, I don't want to come back here. I don't want to miss out on my kids anymore, my family and stuff like that. I know that my next parole, I'm going to complete it and just be done.
Well, Mr. Hamilton, Ms. Conyers knows me, Agent Shalin knows me. So they know that I am 100% honest when I say, I hope we never see you again.
Yes.
I hope that statement is the most honest thing you've ever said and you are truly done.
Yes.
Okay. We talked about some of the alternatives and I don't want that to happen.
I don't either.
All right. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, here's what will happen going forward. So I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through in May mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll conclude this hearing. Thanks, Hickory.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shalin.
Thanks, Russell. See you, man.
See you.
Thanks, Connor. See you.
See you next time. Thanks.
Offender number 145614, is that you, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting the hearing today.
Okay.
With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers. Can you see her?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Thornton, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Do you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
For the record, I don't see an agent from APNP for this hearing. If one does appear, we'll get them under oath and then get them caught up.
Okay.
Kate, my first question with APNP was going to be, are there any charges going to be filed? I don't see any.
We're going to assume that they're going to amend them to technicals.
So I'm going to assume the same thing you're assuming.
Okay.
APNP has 5 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We'll waive reading. Mr. Thornton, remember how we talked about number 2? You were
Yes.
considering denying it because APNP isn't here. We
Yes.
discussed maybe doing a no contest. I'm going to enter no contest so that this doesn't delay you any longer, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to admit number 1, then we're going to say no contest on 2 through 5, assuming that 4 and 5 are amended to technicals. That would be our motion.
I will amend those to technicals since APNP is not here to object. All right, Mr. Thornton, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to allegation number 1, plead no contest allegations 2 through 5, with 4 and 5 being amended to technical violations. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you, would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf.
Okay.
Accept these pleas today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept those pleas as listed. Recommend the board revoke your April 30th, 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Yes, thank you. What Mr. Thornton is asking for is to go to the Building Beginnings program, that sober living program. He does not want to do a halfway house. Sorry, let me back up. We're asking for 90 days and another opportunity of parole. And he'd like to start that at Building Beginnings, sober living rather than a halfway house. He does say that in that same area where Building Beginnings is, he can get a job at Tony's Window Cleaning. I think he was there before and can return there, and then he can do treatment in Provo. And that's what his goals are. I know that we did discuss that this is his 7th parole. He knows how serious that this is and that he needs to be successful at it.
Okay. Thank you. He has 7 overall paroles. This is his 6th on this commitment.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
But the issue is still the same, Mr. Thornton, is that with each parole, you're getting closer and closer to a 2039 expiration date, right?
Right.
Okay. Tell me what happened on this parole.
Well, I was doing good at the halfway house. I was out for 8 months this time, which is a record for me at the halfway house. And I ended up violating again, so because I couldn't get out of the halfway house because I couldn't stabilize. Because I was working and I couldn't get up the money to get out. Plus, I couldn't find people to rent to me because of my record. So I was kind of in a catch-22.
Okay.
Say.
Here's my recommendation for you is if you do have trouble finding people who will rent to you, talk to your parole officer.
Okay.
Okay, they do have a list and they know, even if it's not an official list, of people who will rent to you.
Okay.
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 Tell me about the marijuana use.
Well, I was doing it for medication, medical use. I had my
Did you have
medical
a
card and all
marijuana
that.
card?
But I plan
You do?
on not doing it this time, just to prove to myself that I could do without it.
Okay. I encourage that. If you do need the medical marijuana, I encourage that as well. With the
Okay.
caveat that you follow the law.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure you're not smoking it. Make sure, I know that the halfway house has certain rules that you can't have it in your room. It's got to be in a secured locker.
I
Okay.
can't have it on the center at all nowadays,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
yeah, so,
So make sure you follow those rules too. Okay.
okay.
All right. Did you
I know
test
you
positive
guys-
for any other controlled substances?
Say what?
Did you test positive for any other controlled substances?
Methamphetamines twice, but that was in the 8-month period, so I
Right.
did pretty good.
Okay, no, that's not bad. Did you use meth or was that in your marijuana?
It was, used meth.
Okay, all right, okay. And are you still gang affiliated?
Yes, but I'm not active as of right now, so.
Okay. I mean, what they have you listed is not one we see very often in Utah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm not active while I'm on parole, so
Do they even have a chapter here in Utah?
no.
Okay, that's what I didn't think so.
Yeah.
I know the other ones do, but
Yeah.
okay. How's your mental health?
It's doing pretty good. I'm trying some new medication, so I'm a little off on that right now, but it seems to be doing okay.
That's understandable. What are you taking now?
I take Abilify, Effexor, and Prolimpithol or something like that. It's something that it replaced Colgan. Because I
Okay,
guess Colgan gives you Alzheimer's and
yeah, okay, all right. What do you take those for?
for depression, voices, and like PTSD and stuff like that.
Have you been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's doing pretty good.
Okay. Are you doing any programming right now?
Not right at this second, no.
You want to go to building beginnings?
Yes.
Looks like you had one disciplinary violation.
Yes, I did. That was for grabbing a kite out the door. That was stupidity on my part.
That's an accurate description. What was the consequences of that?
I got a $20 fine.
Okay. And you can return to the same employment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Thornton, is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I know you guys are sick of seeing me, and I'm sick of seeing me here too, so I'm about done and tired and ready to move on with my life, so that's what I'm gonna do this time.
Well, Mr. Thornton, honestly, I don't remember ever seeing you before, so I can't say I'm sick of seeing you. I hope you
Yeah.
are sick of seeing the board.
Yes, I am. But
Okay. So I do hope that you are truly tired of seeing the board, that you're tired of coming back to prison.
yeah,
Not a way to live life.
no, it's not. It's not what it's cracked up to be anymore, for
It
sure.
surely is not. Here's what'll happen going forward is I'll type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes
Okay.
3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through an email. If you have friends or family who want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website. It'll be updated as soon as the decision is entered, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you, sir. We'll conclude this hearing.
thank you.
Thanks, Gunnison.
All right,